Welcome, one and all, and a very good morning to everyone joining us here for round 4 and the finale of the British Champions of the Future Academy programme here live from Whilton Mill Kart Club. The final round of the season, and what a venue to go racing at for the last time in 2026, the inaugural year of the British Champions of the Future Academy programme, of course, and brings us to, I would say, one of the most known circuits in the United Kingdom, Whilton Mill. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box that will take you through all of the racing action here this weekend as we prime ourselves ready to go racing here. A little look at the track here, 1,120 metres. It is a clockwise direction. Fabulous circuit with that new addition, of course, into that third and final sector. Sector 3 now, Pitts Bend, the chicane, which I will say this weekend, the first time I've commentated on this circuit since that new chicane has gone in. So that is quite something. But a fantastic venue to go racing at. Very fast, very demanding, quite bumpy in some sectors as well. Weather this weekend is looking superb, though. 18 degrees. It is clear skies over the course of this weekend. And I think the racing should be quite interesting. As mentioned, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary boxes. We are moments away, of course, from heading to the track for the racing. But of course, before all of that, I think the whole karting world and the motorsport world found out the news of the unfortunate passing of Lynn Geidel, a stapled figure in the world of motorsports. I would say the mother of karting as well, an incredible good friend of mine, and certainly was an amazing lady who, in my first time meeting her, wanted to fire me. She didn't, and she gave me another chance, and yeah, an incredible woman. And the shocking news, I think, to reach the paddocks was quite something, Nicole. Yeah, it was a shock for me, and I'm sure a shock for you as well.
Lynn Geidel then was, of course, a pioneer within our sport, a woman who, alongside Roland Geidel and James Geidel, has changed the way the karting world now operates, and her legacy will go far beyond anything anybody can imagine. A true role model for everybody within our paddock, a joy to work with, a joy to be guided by. And we remember Lynn not just by her achievements, but of course by her beautiful smile that greeted every single driver that ever walked through the RGMMC doors.
Indeed, and we'll take a short moment here to take a minute's silence to remember the timely world that was Lynn Geidel and her efforts in the world of international karting. We'll take a minute over the next 5 seconds now. The karting world may be smaller, but her memory will go on. A big thank you to everyone here at the circuit for joining us on the circuit in remembering the wonderful lady that was Lynn Geidel. Well, racing will be moments away from starting here. The first RGMMC broadcast since the passing of the wonderful Lynn Geidel, and of course here at Whilton Mill. We will race in her memory this weekend, and I'm sure forever onwards as well. And a beautiful photo there on the digital flag of that wonderful smile you were referring to there, Nicole. Of course, first races coming up very soon for Heat 1. The juniors will be the first to enter onto the track, and again, looking forward to this because you've got a title fight on your hands here. You've got the likes of Sukhmani Kira joined the likes of Lucian Smith, and both of them a very interesting qualifying. Smith not able to set a time. Sukmani Kira right up there at the sharp end of the field, ready to go racing. And there you can see the field ready to head out onto the track in a few moments' time for their first race of the weekend. Well, plenty of action ahead of us here as the juniors, minis and seniors will be heading onto the circuit very, very soon. And there you can see the karts priming themselves ready to go then for the first race of the day, which will see the drivers racing around this 1.1 kilometre long circuit. Multiple turns here, multiple challenging sectors as well, of course. Turns 1 and turns 2, Oblivion and Crook. What a combination of corners. Absolutely nailing it for the drivers here. And of course, they've had the opportunity to race over the course of the free practice sessions, but they've always been single file or by themselves or not alongside anyone else. Now going into Oblivion and Crook side by side in a race scenario. Wow, this is what we love about this track.
Yeah, and you can see that everybody forming up and getting themselves prepped and ready for this first day of racing on the final round of the series are excited indeed. That was Chris Derrick that just flashed on your screen. Chris joining us this weekend. Like you said then, Anthony, first race is our juniors, and this weekend, to just highlight to our audiences what is in store and what is on the line for our field. Juniors could be, of course, championship winners, could be qualifying themselves for a ticket to the World Championships later on this year. They will be competing with a factory team, of course. The prizes at stake this weekend are some of the best prizes any international series has got to offer. In our Mini 60 category, Macau tickets for early 2027 in January. Then you've got the World tickets for juniors and seniors, and of course within your senior field also tests in Formula 4, something that could be on the horizon, and this is going to be felt as we go in through our weekend, especially for the likes of Lucian Smith and Sukmani Kira. There on your screen is Johnston and Andy Stewart, both the Stewart siblings then of course in the same field. This year for both drivers, it's juniors. Last year, they were in the mini category, but have always gone head-to-head. There in the background of your screen, you can see a certain Adidas liveried suit in the form of Devon Titz. Devon, of course, joined us out at PFI in our second round of the championship. Young Mercedes junior driver of Germany coming into the field and is going to head round this circuit that Lucian Smith, there on your screen with the brilliant bucket hat on, is going to try and chase down in a championship win. Anthony, you highlighted is holding on to those standings for the time being, but Sukmani Kira is not a million miles away, and neither is Colby Patterson.
No, of course. Well, Lucian Smith and Sukmani Kira joint on points going into this weekend, 340 a piece for them. Of course, then we were talking about Colby Patterson there, Nicole. One qualifying heat win for him so far this season. That was held on the second day of racing back in Silverstone with 304 points. So still very much in a fighting chance here. Andy Stewart currently fourth. In the points, hasn't taken a qualifying heat win. Best result, though, in a final did come from round 2 at PFI in the final. So very strong result there, but sits with 210 points. There is Ava Lawrence getting herself ready. Also, another driver who hasn't, I think, stood on that podium so far this season in the British Series. 182 points, sits just 1 point behind Louis Radcliffe, who has taken two final wins over the course of this season, but he sits with 183, and of course we'll see what he can achieve as we see him back in the field after we missed him out in Lark Hall. There, though, is the driver starting at the sharper end of the field, Max Boshoff, joining the field here at the number 25 machine from South Africa, primed and ready.
Yeah, quite an interesting qualifying session here then, Anthony, because, of course, this is a circuit on the UK list where most drivers know it and they know it well. Lots of racing done around this track, lots of testing done around this track. It's a circuit that has its doors open most days of the week, and a lot of drivers actually start their journeys here. But for Boshoff, he's one of those drivers with a little bit less track knowledge compared to the likes of Patterson, Kira, Stewart, there on the screen, Lucian Smith also. So for him to take that pole position spot, very, very impressive. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he races around this circuit, which is incredibly bumpy. It goes up and down, and it has uphill climbs up towards Crispus, then goes back down as you head towards Ashby. It's going to be very interesting indeed. There's Bodie Batch on your screen. No, Bodie Batch has not jumped into the junior field, still too young, still an under 10. He's just out there, I think probably giving a bit of a good luck to Lucian Smith. Racing action will be fiery. Some very different final winners throughout this year so far. We've had Ratcliffe, we've had Patterson, Nuvolini, but Nuvolini is not in this field. Smith, of course, went 2 out of 2 at Larkall. So coming into this weekend, I think he's got an abundance of confidence, I would say, to try and do that. He's the only driver who has managed that in the junior field. The only other driver to take 2 consecutive final wins in the single weekend is Harrison Whitcomb, who we'll see, of course, later on in your senior grid.
Yes, indeed. You're seeing the live pictures here now and probably wondering, Anthony, what is going on? Well, I think a reshuffle of the grid is happening here. I have only just seen a grid appear on my laptop now, so that has literally only just come through. So a very late and lengthy decision from the junior qualifying that we saw earlier on. Of course, that did result actually in a stoppage. There was a red flag at a qualifying session, which I've not seen so far this season, and quite an interesting one, and did see some dramatics with 2 drivers not being classified, one because of a drama in the session and another as well.
Yeah, so it was actually Louis Ratcliffe that was disqualified from that session, and it was Lucian Smith that failed to set a time. So those 2 drivers starting from the back, but of course, they are 2 of your biggest hitters.
They're 2 of your
within
fastest
the field.
drivers.
They're 2 drivers that have taken final wins. So that's going to, I would say, really see us have some drivers further back that will race their way through the crowd. Drivers now looking to get themselves prepped. That's Ollie Brunt starting from the back of the grid. Also, Brunt did manage to put in a time, so we'll be starting ahead of both Ratcliffe and Smith. But just like those, will have his work cut out because there's some big drivers and there's some good pace. There's also some brand new names who have, of course, raced in the International Series, but new to the UK Series. Jonas Pundis has joined us here this weekend, Anthony. Looking forward to how Jonas gets on. A driver who knows the machinery very, very well indeed. He's no stranger to the world of OKN. So keep an eye on the driver starting down in P6, just alongside Leo Livings.
Yeah, indeed. 3rd on that grid, but has the outside line into Oblivion, inside line into Crook, and that's probably the most important part of that situation. If you are on the pole side, of course, you have the inside line going into turn 1. Of course, turn 1 is Oblivion, very fast, but then, of course, Crook, you need to make sure you've got no one on your inside. You want the optimal racing line climbing up the hill into at Christmas Corner, big braking zone and the first major overtaking opportunity for the drivers. Of course, going in there, a very high elevation change. It is very steep uphill into that section. Engines fire up then. The whistle blows. OKN Junior. It's the first race of the weekend as they head out onto the track then. For this race. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It was very late to us, but here is your grid. Sukmani Kira, Max Boshoff jumping on the front row of the grid alongside Colby Patterson and Harry Ratcliffe there on that second row of the grid. Leo Livings joins Jonas Pundis on row 3. They'll see Ava Lawrence and Andy Stewart locking out row number 4.
Row number 5 is the younger of the Stewarts alongside Devin Titz. Row number 6 starting from P11. Then we have Cecil Courts alongside Ollie Brunt. Your 7th and final row, 2 of your fastest drivers, 2 final winners, is Lucian Smith alongside Louis Ratcliffe.
I can imagine they will want to push forward in this. This is a great opportunity for Sukmani Kira to break away. I think this is going to be an interesting scenario of what we're going to find themselves in. Do you back the pack up and make it more challenging? Do you try and break away and open up the gap to try and relinquish that chance of closing in? Because, I mean, this is no disrespect to any driver out there. They're all quick. But Radcliffe and Smith's pace so far this weekend has been faster. And, of course, we are expecting them to push through.
This has been a big year for Sukhmani Kira in 2026. You know, junior driver now is competing across 3 different championships, all incredibly high-level races weekend after weekend, is in the kart every single week, is in the kart, you know, probably more days than she's at school at this point. For Kira, smart driver, knows this track, knows what to do, especially at a start. She'll head into Oblivion, into Crook, and I would say she's going to control this as well. She'll be alongside Max Boschov as now the revs raise for the first qualifying heat of Saturday's day of racing, and she goes green and she goes lightning into Oblivion. Kira immediately sweeps across, as does Colby Patterson, as does Leo Livings, who jumps to the front. Livings, defensive as you like, in towards Christmas, holds off Ava Lawrence, and whereas Max Boschov, well, he's gone further into the pack. He's been absolutely shuffled into the order.
Ava Lawrence there, defensive into Ashby, runs wide on the exit. This is going to put her in a difficult situation, as now it's put the drivers behind in a difficult situation there. Max Boschov in that fight. He was saying he'd tumble back. He's tumbled back even more at this point as they enter into the boot for the first time. Everyone looking very strong there. Johnson Stewart just at the back of this train as they enter in through the final chicane for the first time, crossing over the line. And the answer has been made. Sukhmani Kira going for the open up the gap as much as she can. She's broken away from Patterson by already 0.6 of a second. Radcliffe is there in 5th place. That's Harry Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe has just made the move up into 9th place. Lucian Smith currently still there in 11th, but they have gained places so far.
Boschov now making up places once more. We've just saw a nice little send down at Ashby for him. It's a downhill, of course, so for these drivers, really strong on the brake, really making sure they don't roll off of things and experience a slide on the exit. So Boschov now back on a charge, and he's looking ahead of him at Ava Lawrence, Leo Livings and Colby Patterson. 7/10 now goes to over 9.5 between Kira and Patterson. Good drive so far for Sukhmani. Instantly manages to get her way across and now uses the run up towards Christmas, as this is a dummy being thrown now by Andy Stewart to try and fend off Radcliffe. But Radcliffe has got the pace now, down in towards Ashby, glued to the bumper down the inside, but is defended it from instantly. As here comes Lucian Smith, and Lucian Smith a bit active there on the signalling, says push, get ahead. As Stewart costs herself some time, almost costs herself position, straight over the grass for Stewart, catching some airline time there. And Seven Tits manages the best of that situation and finds his way past.
Been a while, been a day or two since I've seen a move like that down into Osiers here at Whilton Mill. It's almost taking my mind back to a fabulous final that I commentated on here with one driver on wets and 35 on slicks.
Catherine
and
White.
Yes, indeed. It was,
I was racing that weekend.
Yeah, you were indeed pushing through the field. That is quite a few weeks ago. Weeks, years. But still remember it like it was yesterday. Brilliant little fighting here. Wow, Harry Radcliffe there being hung out to dry on the exit of Ashby into the entrance of Wilkins, and it's just been squeezed out of the way. Pundis here now dealing with Louis Radcliffe and Lucian Smith. Those two fighting from the back of the field have been gesticulating wildly, but have not managed to find their way past the Lithuanian just yet in his first appearance, as they exit out of Crook through Fine Lady and back up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. A change at the sharper end of the field. That's Max Boschov on Ava Lawrence. Pundis gets squeezed out there, but maintains control of the lead of this group of 4, but not for much longer. The move down the inside of Ashby, but look at Smith here. Lucian Smith might gain 2. No, he's actually not going to gain any. He's on the outside line through Wilkins. He's going to lose out now to Harry Radcliffe, who's going to benefit, but squeezes his way through. So does Smith. It's Pundis who loses out the most. goes down to 9th.
Well, this is going to be a fiery day, I would say, if we're going to see Lucian Smith and Ratcliffe drive like this for the rest of things. Both Smith and Ratcliffe managing to weave their way through the crowd, but it's not completely cleanly. And there is the notification for Smith to say maybe calm down a little bit, has been a bit eager on the power, and now maybe eager to get past. Here comes Stewart. She's going back down the inside now of Devon Tits. That is on the run up towards Christmas, as actually looks to pull round younger brother of Johnston into things. Johnston looked like he was going to have a go there in towards Ashby, but backs off and just holds things still. Ollie Brunt now looking strong. Brunt, consistent improvement this year, Anthony, and is now actually not falling away from Stewart, and pace-wise is looking actually faster than the 3 ahead for the time being. His 5-second time penalty notification is out. And that is out for Devon Tits, and that's not good news because that's going to drop him all the way to the back of your field. New lap, new approach for Sukmani Kiro's now having her time ticked away slightly between herself and Colby Patterson. It was 9/10 of a second. It's now being shaved down to 6/10. Kira now could be in trouble. Of course, plenty of race distance left to go. Here's Boschov absolutely on the limit and is trying to fend off both Livings and Ava Lawrence.
Yeah, indeed, they are still very close to each other out there, but you can see how Max Boschov has already opened up a significant gap between themselves. So a really strong show here for Max Boschov through the chicane. Don't want to be hitting those flip-flops there. You just saw those flip-flop markers on that final chicane. You clip one of those, you then start to see some track limit penalties coming out, and they get a fair few chances, but they don't want to be doing it too much. A move to the inside there at Christmas corner, very late for Ava Lawrence, doesn't work out. The exit speed still there for Livings, who holds on for another lap at this point. Boschov, though, fastest driver out there, 45.463. Is starting to close in on Colby Patterson.
So for those of you maybe who are new to the circuit of Whilton Mill, the run up towards Christmas is actually an uphill battle for our drivers. That then means they can brake later, they can brake harder up there, and you can see more ambitious overtakes like what you saw attempted by Ava Lawrence. Was a bit of a half move there by Lawrence. She tried to put the nose down the inside, but didn't quite have it. She'll now get the run out of Crooken and Oblivion. So this is now uphill for these drivers. Lawrence, however, does not quite have the power, the pace, or the confidence to go in on Livings just yet. She'll head back downhill. Is this the spot for Ashby? Gets the job done on Leo Livings. That's Lawrence and Livings now changing for P4. As Sukmani Kira has actually been given a warning out there. She's not actually with Patterson just yet. So is that potentially for track limits here, Anthony?
Well, possibly so. I mean, there are so many places you can go wide. Of course, the exit of Crook, the exit of Ashby, the final chicane, exit of the final turn.
Yeah,
there are so many places you can get caught out. And it's so easily done as well, because, I mean, look at that. You can see how they're pushing all the way on that exit curb there out of Oblivion and Crook, and just shows how challenging it can be. Lawrence there looked like a little bit squirrely into the braking zone over at Christmas corner. Now has Leo Livings once again right on the rear bumper, but is not finding a way through just yet. Sukmani Kira is already on her last lap, and she is heading very closely, followed by Patterson into the boot section for the final time. Sukmani Kira here in her chance of taking the title in 2026 is going to get ever closer over the line. Sukmani Kira takes a qualifying heat win here at Whilton Mill. An incredible drive there ahead of Colby Patterson. Max Boschov will take third ahead of Ava Lawrence. Leo Livings from Louis Radcliffe. Lucian Smith, a strong finish there in 7th from the back of the grid. Both of those two, 6th and 7th for them. Harry Radcliffe will finish that one in 8th place from Jonas Pundis. Andy Stewart finishes ahead of Johnson Stewart. Devon Tits with a 5-second in-race time penalty as well finishes ahead of Ollie Brunt and Cecil Courts, but I can imagine that gap will change as a 5 seconds will put Devon Tits all the way back to 14th place in that one. There is the results there on your screen. Strong start to the weekend here for Sukmani Kira. Whilton Mill karting circuit so far has held some very exciting sessions over the course of this weekend, and there you can see them making their way back into the pit lane. Nose cone checks, of course, will happen here, and they'll all head into the scrutineering area. Of course, those top drivers will get fully checked over. Of course, if you're new to the Champions of the Future Academy program, you'll know that these drivers all on exactly the same machinery, pulled engines, of course, as well. They pick those numbers out of a hat and they get put on, and that changes every day as well. So no driver on the same engine over the course of the weekend. Of course, all down to them to get the kart ready, but there's not much they can do to it, of course. So apart from a very basic setup, what they can achieve out there, so it keeps the field nice and competitive. There you can see them making their way back in. See there, Dave Hillary on the left-hand side. Good to see him back as well. He's checking the nose cones to make sure they're all good, and hopefully they are all good on that one. I didn't see much of what he was doing there, but hopefully all checked over and fine for the field. Of course, still 2 more races to go in the morning phase. Mini and senior left to go. We take a break after those 3 races, and then we go into the second half, back with the juniors, minis and seniors, and then go into the finals later on. Here's your highlights from that race. Strong start there for Sukmani Kira. No drama whatsoever. Had that inside line in towards Oblivion. Managed to hit the apex at Crook, and from that point onwards drove away. This moment here saw I believe, 5-second penalty for Devin Titz, and that put Andy Stewart back into the field, and saw her fighting away with younger brother as well, Johnson Stewart. There you can see the moments there. A very challenging moment for the likes of Jonas Pundis. His first racing weekend in the British Champions of the Future Academy program, and I'm sure his first racing weekend here at Whilton Mill, and certainly showed some good pace there as Sukmani Kira does take that first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Let's head over to Nicole Sutherland, though, who is with our drivers.
Well, Anthony, you just crossed her a line then. Sukmani Kira takes your first qualifying heat win of the day. Sugars, good race out there for you. This is a track that you know very well. You've raced around here for years, in mini and in junior as well. Race start for you was the one. How do you manage to sweep across so fast and really push away? Because we saw you with around about 6/10 only on the first opening lap.
Yeah, so the start was important for me, so I could pull away from the pack, and luckily I did that well. I got across on the line, and then I just kept doing consistent laps from there, and I managed to take the win.
And for drivers, when you know a circuit as well as you do, and then you bring in drivers in the field that actually don't know this track, do you think it maybe puts a bit more pressure on you to show how well you know things, to show that you're quick?
I mean, a little bit, but I know how well I can do here. My mechanic and my team know, so I just have to keep the pressure off myself and just hope I come in the championship this weekend.
Well, Sugars, we'll see what you and Jono can achieve for the rest of the day. That is Sukmani Kira, like we said, first qualifying heat winner of the day, and next to be found. But we'll head back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Junior's done and dusted for the moment, and we'll pass on over to the Mini 60 category, which again sees a strong group of drivers ready to head out onto the circuit for their first race of the weekend. Strong performance from the field in the end of timed qualifying, which of course saw Chester Forks starting it on pole position. Current reminder of the championship standings going into this one. Well, it is your pole sitter who is leading the points, 351 points in total. A driver who has taken 2 final wins so far this season. Does started on that front row of the grid. Bodie Batch as well, second in the points, is the leader of the under-10s and is the closest driver currently to Chester Forks in the overall championship standings. Again, another driver who's taken a final win so far this season and had a very strong and competitive weekend back in Lark Hall in Scotland. 2 second places on the podium in those finals, closed that gap up. Is still mathematically possible. However, with Chester Forks on pole position, it's made it just that little bit harder to get that kart to the leader of the points. But we'll keep a close eye on the progression in this one because Bodie Batch is starting on the same side of the grid as Chester Fawkes, but is on that third row of the grid and will start alongside the South African of Noah Krohn, who as well also had a very strong weekend out in Larkhall. Engines fire up then. Mini 60 qualifying heat 1 will make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fly you through that full starting lineup. Chester Fawkes, as mentioned, leading the points and will lead the way in this first race of the weekend. He starts pole position alongside Max Zadej, the entrance from Thailand, joining him on that front row of the grid. Benjamin Slavar joins Josh Husker on row number 2, and they will see Bodie Batch and Nurkon on that third row of the grid.
Row number 4 invites Freddie Walker alongside Zach Boshov, and from row number 5, it's Chloe McGill. Watch out for Chloe McGill. Took her best ever racing career win here at Whilton Mill. She starts along things alongside Arshi Gupta, and your 6th and final row of Mini 60s for your first qualifying heat. It's Rafiwa Ndwabi alongside Amelia Hay. Both, of course, brand new drivers into the field for your 4th and final round of the UK Series. So, to give some background information into some of the drivers on your Mini 60 field. Some drivers have taken some big wins within their young careers so far to date. Benjamin Schlivar had one of those earlier on in the year. Chloe McGill took one in 2025. Freddie Walker is no stranger to this circuit. Neither is Bodie Batch and Chester Fawkes. So keep an eye on those drivers. Of course, confidence is the key in a field like this and on a circuit like this as well, where you can actually overtake in most of those corners out there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, of course.
I'd say everywhere, really.
I would say everywhere. I mean, your main ones, of course, you can get the up and under, the exit of Crook, and up the hill, you've got Christmas Corner. We've seen the up and unders through Inkermans. You've got the big braking zone of Ashby. We've seen the moves through Wilkins. We've seen it into Osiers. We've seen it into the boots as well. So, yes, everywhere, really. If we had the graphic to show the main overtaking opportunities, the whole track would be selected. Right then, into the final turn, into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing? For the first time in Mini, the answer is yes. Towards turn 1, strong start for that inside row. Once more, Chester Fawkes and Benjamin Slavar will get the upper hand here from the rest of the field as they head up to Christmas Quarter for the first time. They will fan out there, and we always, me and my old commentator, compadre Henry Burdett would always make a guess. How many karts could we get wide in cadet racing here at Whilton Mill? We'd always say about 4 or 5. We'll have to wait and see.
I think Batch is instantly on the move then. We've just seen the switch between him and Benjamin Shavar as Baker gets muscled out the way by the field. That's Chloe McGill managing to find her way through, and McGill now glued to the back of Joss Hushker. Here comes Levice, not a million miles away from Batch, who is already got up in your order. As well, there's been good promotions by drivers further back. But Zvaric is now having to settle for that P4 over the line. It's Fawkes from Batch, from Slivar, from Zvaric. They're your top 4. That is actually the quad breaking away, but in pairs. This is a trio further back, as now this is the switch up towards Christmas clean as you like. That's Zvaric finding his way through Schlivar.
Yeah, nice move there, and will crucially not lose too much time with that overtake, which will keep them in competition with Fawkes and Batch. And of course, Bodie Batch, who is in that title fight with Chester Fawkes, has done the perfect job here to close into second place and hopefully not lose Fawkes, who is holding the gap actually at 0.4 of a second. Watching the field now into the boot here, you are watching Chloe McGill fighting alongside Freddie Walker. This is for 7th place, and as you mentioned it earlier on, Chloe McGill coming away with her best results in karting here at this very circuit. I'm sure a great confidence boost going into this weekend.
Absolutely. It was actually a result I was fortunate enough to stand fence side and watch the moment between her and Dad Stephen, of course, when she took a big win pretty much this time last year. It was actually a bit emotional to watch as Chloe McGill now is looking strong once more, sat down there in P7. Best final results for McGill so far as a P4. That was at Larkhall. She's not managed a podium just yet, but is looking strong so far around this 1,120 metre circuit. There is almost some switch, almost a bit of a moment there between her and Walker. field now looks to have spread out slightly in this stage of the race. Your closest battle on the track exists between sort of the likes of Noah Kronia and Jos Huschke. Kronia, one of the drivers who has taken a final win. Of course, that was at a previous round in Larkle. As in towards Christmas, that's a change once more for Schlevar, who's looking to be shuffled into the order slightly. That's Huschke finding his way past, and finding his way past, of course, with a purple lap. Huschke, taller driver in Mini 60. You can visibly there see the difference between him and Benjamin. And that's going to help him, I would say. Here, Anthony, stronger in the kart. This is a very, very bumpy track for our drivers. Really difficult for some of the field to hang on to the karts when they're sort of being thrown around, when they're feeling the bite of the front end, when they're dealing with curbs like that out of your final chicane. In towards Oblivion, this is where one of the physical parts of the circuit exists. Front end will bite on these drivers. They've got to really hang on strong and then follow that through Crook and over the rumble strip, back up towards the big bump on entrance towards Christmas then. So I would say Huschke will be helped by his height, helped by his strength so far this weekend. He's actually not managed to shake off Schlevar. Schlevar still glued to him as they just go side by side on the exit of Ashby.
Yeah, it's a slightly better exit there out of the Ashby hairpin for Schlevar, and just tried to get a nose down the inside, not got the power though to get that one completed, and Huschke does hold on for that little bit longer after that overtake we saw earlier on. With that fight that you're seeing here, this is allowing Noah Kronia to close in. You can just see him looming just behind. He can see this battle unfolding in front of him. And I think now that you're starting to see the move down the inside here, again, they'll lose time because of that. And this really does play into the hands of Kronia, who does close that gap up even more now. It will keep the drivers behind happy as well. I'm sure Zaric, McGill, Walker, Boshoff, Zach Boshoff, Gupta, and Dwabi and Hay will be liking to see this fight unfolding, because they'll be thinking, right, okay, that's a couple more places we could potentially close in on.
Absolutely so. So they're going to be looking on and hoping that this starts to light up and explode slightly between Huschke and Schlevar. But a driver that's, you know, sort of racing around the circuit with nobody in his mirrors, Chester Fawkes, 1.3 seconds clear between himself and Bodie Batch. Fawkes in his own air, unbothered by anybody else out there, and is actually, you know, just tailing around. There he is on your screen heading through Christmas. Nobody in front of him, no reference point. However, Fawkes does not need that, because consistency is the key for him when it comes to pace, and he has actually got 0.2 of a second over the course of a lap faster and in the pocket compared to what Batch is doing there in P2 for now. It's not, however, the fastest out there, because that's Zvaric, who is the driver looking on at the Schlevar, Huschke, maybe even Kronia battle as well. The duos there heading down towards the boot. Nothing for all four of those drivers. Nobody's managed anything just yet. We saw a slight attempt from Benjamin Schlevar 2 laps ago in towards Christmas. It's maybe looking like he hasn't got the confidence just yet.
I don't think confidence is what it is. I think maybe timing is one of those ones. This track is all about timing, and we are seeing that here from the fighting behind. Good change there. Max Varic getting that overtake done on Kronia, and that is stepping him up to 5th place now. Yeah, because this track is quite technical, as we see more fighting in the background. Walker McGill wheel-to-wheel there into the Ashby hairpin, so quite a close little fight there as well. When you are racing on this track, because there are so many very fast sections where being in a single file is so much more beneficial than being side by side, it means when you do get close to a driver and at the wrong time, you can actually find yourself losing quite a significant amount of time. If you catch them at the perfect opportunity, the overtake is just so easy to get completed. And that's what we love about this circuit. It's all about timing, all about commitment into those overtakes as well. Final lap board is out to the field. Chester Fawkes' lead is 1.6 seconds over Bodie Batch in second place. We'll say that Huschke does look like he is seemingly closing the gap up to third place, is nowhere near close enough to put any pressure on the field right now. But Chester Fawkes here, certainly in a really strong position. The young man enters their boot section for the last time on this first race. The points leader going into this title deciding weekend will start strong with a qualifying heat win. Over the line, it is Chester Fawkes who takes the win ahead of Batch. Hushka finishing third ahead of Slavar. Zaric finishing in 5th place ahead of Kronya. Walker from McGill in 8th. Gupta does finish in 9th over the line ahead of Rafiwa and Wambi, who does finish that race in P10. Amelia Hay finishes in 11th place as Zach Boshoff finding himself not taking the checkered flag. I think drama into that final lap saw him not take that checkered. Well, Mini 60 will make their way back into Parc Ferme and to the paddock. They're racing done and dusted for the moment as we see them out later on today for that second qualifying heat. We'll see them out there, I'm sure, in the same grid, of course, as what we saw for this race. And they will get checked over. Nose cone watch underway. Dave Hillary there on his barrier, ready to check all those carts over, but so far so good for the field. Here's your highlights from that one. Strong start for that inside row. No real drama for Chester Fawkes throughout the entirety of that one. Just able to get to the front and drive away. Bodie Batch, strong start for the Mini 60 under 10 competitor. Able to get up into second place very early on. 3 places gained in that to really close that fight up. But dramas in the background. Drivers pushing forwards. Max Alex just losing out on 3 places. Benjamin Marizell just 1. Hushka having a good race there to finish third as well. Strong performance. And there you can see them now over the weighbridge. They'll get checked over, of course, and head into Parc Ferme as Nicole Sutherland will be down there in a few moments' time to have a chat with the drivers. And yes, you can just see that kart in the background there. If you were the eagle-eyed viewer, that is Zach Boshoff's kart just getting pulled into the pit lane now towards Parc Ferme. And yes, there you can see him walking away. So thankfully he is okay. But incident on that last lap then sees Zach Boshoff at the back of the grid order for that one. One more race to go in the morning phase. Of course, the senior grid will be out for their first race of the weekend. That once again sees a very familiar name at the sharp end of the field. Harrison Whitcomb will be on that pole position spot. But before that, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, we have none other than first Mini 60 qualifying heat winner, Chester Fawkes. Chester, for you, you've got a lot of track knowledge around this circuit. It's a bumpy track. It's a track that's not seen Mini 60 before. So for you, your sort of technical understanding of things, how does a kart feel when driving around?
Yeah, it's quite a bumpy track, so you can feel it, but you just have to hold on, what I'm finding very easy, really.
And Chester, early weekend thoughts for you. Of course, championship is on the cards this year, this weekend. Feeling the pressure?
No, not really. I have a comfortable lead, so I'm not really taking that into account. I'm just thinking, how well can I do and just how consistent can I be, really?
Well, with pace, I'm sure we'll be catching up later on. That's Chester Fawkes, your first Mini 60 winner of the day. One more qualifying heat left to go with this first initial rotation of the weekend, and we'll go over to our OKN seniors and, of course, to Harrison Whitcomb, who'll be starting on the front row.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, one more race to go in the morning and over to the OKN senior category. And as pointed out, a very strong performance in timed qualifying for the young man from Wales who will find himself on that pole position spot. He'll be joined, very closely followed, by Mayan Patel, who in time qualifying was only 0.06 of a second slower than Harrison Whitcomb. Very strong indeed over the course of that session. And I will say, the fact of your second row of the grid as well, Ava Morris and Lizzie Mentier also very close in those times, meaning we should get quite a close race here unless we see that dominant force from Harrison Whitcomb over the course of the season. Rest of the drivers here, of course, LeCont, Emma Rose Dowling and Elliot Surtees joining on the senior grid here. And the prize is exactly the same at the end of the weekend. Of course, there's a wildcard entry prize over the course of this season for a driver who's raced in at least 3 of the races here. That is a test session in an F4 car. Of course, the entry into the World Championships as well, and also a test for the champion at the end of this one in the F4 car also. So an incredible array of prizes up for grabs here for the senior category, and plenty of action, I'm sure, still to come up. But for this one, looking forward to seeing how this race will go, because yes, Whitcomb is on that pole position spot. Mayan Patel very close though in time qualifying. I can imagine could be a little bit of drama for them.
Yeah, it could be indeed. And of course, you've got the entire field actually with plenty of track knowledge. There on your screen is Eva Morris. So Eva was at this circuit only 2 weeks ago. So she'll already probably feel that rhythm, that sort of muscle memory of how to approach this circuit. For Morris, that could mean good things, starting, of course, from that row a little bit further back from Whitcomb. Whitcomb, pace-wise, earlier on in this weekend, 3.5 tenths faster than anybody. But this morning, the rest of the field actually looks to have woken up a little bit more, because that time between Patel and Whitcomb was definitely whittled down in qualifying. LeCont, of course, joined us out at Larkhall, as did Mayan Patel. They've now come back to the field as Liam Smith just giving a little dance there with Elliot Surtees pre-race. Big weekend for Whitcomb. Big weekend for others, though, because, you know, the sort of hidden maybe goal for many of those drivers to maybe look to break the winning streak that Whitcomb has claimed himself this year. Hasn't lost a final. No,
he has not. He has so far taken 6 out of 6. Quite incredible performance. And mathematically, it's still possible for Lizzie Mentier to take the points away and the point lead. However, it is a wild throw there to see if that could actually happen. I mean, mathematically, it is possible with the points that are available over the course of a race weekend. If Whitcomb was to score nothing and, you know, Lizzie would to score everything, yes, it's possible. But
anything's possible. And I think we've learnt that recently in our calculations of points, Anthony.
Yes, actually. It's a throwback to Kristianstad on our wonderful mathematical skills. Very excited to see how this one will go, and everyone ready to go, and their helmet going on. The driver of Harrison Whitcomb, who is ready to see what he can achieve in this one. But as you correctly pointed out, there has not lost a final race weekend over the course of it. The only time he has not scored maximum points in a qualifying heat phase as well was the Sunday in Larkhall. Only 22 championship points there, lost out to Riley Cranham, who had joined us for the first time.
We've had sort of drivers come in as wildcard entrants this year and challenge Whitcomb. We had the first at PFI, and that was William Antrobus. Then we had the second at Larkhall, and that was Cranham. Neither of those managed to stop Whitcomb in his tracks completely. They got in the way at points. They took qualifying heat wins, but neither of those drivers could really stop anything in a final. Both those drivers have now disappeared, and we've just got our reoccurring names in this field to round out their year. Names that have had good success, have had podiums. Mentier had a podium at Silverstone. We had Morris, PFI, she had 2 P2s. Mentier again, second. So we've got, you know, names that have consistently been there, consistently taken home those trophies. But again, nobody to stop him just yet. Of course, Dan Ashton up there on the gantry getting ready to send our drivers racing. Whistle has blown, is given a bit of a wave there, but in the completely wrong direction. Sorry, Dan. Just made... There we go. Twist a little bit more. Twist. No, turn around. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, the camera's at Christmas corner, Dan, if that helps you out a little bit there. Right. Good to see him, though. Smiles all around for the field as they get themselves ready to head out onto the circuit. That whistle blow there was to indicate we've got a couple of minutes or so before this race heads out, and we will see these drivers going to battle here at Whilton Mill. One thing, I mean, I was walking around the tents over the course of the last couple of days, chatting with the drivers and just seeing how they are, and of course seeing what their thoughts are of Whilton Mill. One thing that they all said to me was, it's a bit bumpy, but it's just a very demanding circuit. I did a track walk this morning, walked around. One thing I could see was going into that final chicane, the scratches on the circuit there as they go through from the underneath of the chassis, just indicating how demanding that final chicane is.
Big curves as well.
Yeah, indeed. Now engines are fired up. One who hasn't fired up is Harrison Whitcomb. He has not got that engine going. Pole sitter in trouble here. Patel, though, did get going. He will now, at this moment, start all by himself on the front row of the grid. Morris there will join on that second row. Mentier alongside as well.
Rest of your field looks like Laith Khan alongside Emma Rose Dowling. Two drivers who have got some good track knowledge around here. And then on your fifth row, all alone, will be, of course, Elliot Surtees. But potentially looking to start, like you called it there, Anthony, all alone on the front row, Mayan Patel, because as it stands, Harrison Whitcomb still struggling to get round there as somebody's also had a spill out there at the boot. Can see out of the commentary box window, Eva Morris might not be getting going and racing in this one because she is parked out there on the grass. So our senior field looks to have been whittled down by two drivers already. There you can see the kart, the 202, the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive initiative driver there exiting. Eva's not even going to try and restart the kart. Was it a mechanical issue as restarting, and now out there on the track is Whitcomb. We'll be getting those tyres into temperature and the kart into life, but to me it's looking like it's probably going to be starting from the back.
Yeah, indeed. I think they just stuffed a bit of well, as we like to call it in the karting paddock, it isn't this, but what we like to call it, a bit of Prosecco in the in the engine there to get it fired up, and that has got him going. However, they're on the starting lap now, and they are not there. Obviously, there'll be gaps in position. If this race starts, that is a driver out of position in the form of Laith Khan. Are we going? No is the answer. Whitcomb now has the chance to get back to pole position, and he will do that now, and of course already there.
Big strike of luck there for Whitcomb for that to be a false start. Could have been an issue for Laith Khan when going into things, because he didn't leave that gap ahead of him. You know, he's got to leave that hole of air where Whitcomb should have existed. Didn't do just that, but we'll now see, of course, that brightly red liveried helmet just ahead of him. Whitcomb into position. So we look like we were going to lose two runners. It's now only Eva Morris that will not join us. Shame for Eva. She will now have to sit there sideline and watch on at the rest of the field. Mentier using the last opportunity to get everything prepped and ready. Whitcomb into position will now slow the field down. Raves very quickly out of Pitts Bend round here at Whilton Mill, and they'll approach Oblivion, of course, at dizzyingly quick speeds.
Again, Laith Khan positioned right there on that behind, is out of position, has to leave the gap, and I don't think he has. That could spell disaster for him at the end of this race. We are going green and racing. Good start for Whitcomb, who gets hold of that lead straight away. You can see Patel has slotted into second place. Khan's holding on to third, is down the inside there at the back of the field. A big move to the inside, but it's not going to happen there for Emma Rose Dowling. Just stays in position as Lizzie Mentier tries to start the attack now on Laith Khan, who will try and defend at this moment a third place position. But we'll wait to see what happens. Into the back straight and into the boot for the first time. Strong start for Whitcomb here. Nicole, 2 purple sectors on this opening lap. What is the gap as they cross over the line? Because Mayan Patel is still there. It's only 0.4 of a second.
We're almost seeing double here in the back end of your order, because you've got Mentier, the first of the Discover Your Drive drivers, challenging just ahead LeCont. Then you've got a very similar setup indeed just behind, with Emma Rose Dowling now challenging Elliot Surtees. A bit squirrely on the braking there in towards Ashby for Khan. Absolutely on the limit, trying to push away from Mentier and get closer there to the Patel and Whitcomb battle. Half a second to split up your championship leader and the driver sat there in P2, as defensive drive there goes out for Elliot Surtees, who's fending off Emma Rose Dowling, who's actually now under investigation.
Indeed, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Out of Pitts Bend then, back over the start-finish straight, flat through Oblivion here, through Crook. It's leaning on the LeCont tyres here as you make your way up the hill. That 5-second time penalty, I was expecting LeCont, the recipient of that, out of position at the start of the race.
Yeah, he's got to, of course, leave that gap ahead of him where Eva Morris was supposed to be starting from. As there, Emma Rose Dowling still trying to challenge, still trying to be a cloud over the shoulders of Elliot Surtees. 3 packs, 3 duos out there. It's Dowling and Surtees, Mentier and Khan, Patel and Whitcomb. No changes for any of those duos just yet. No switches of position. Gap, though, for your 2 leaders. Fluctuating here this is the moment for Emma Rose Dowling. Tries to go for it, but it's not quite enough for Dowling. Surtees holds on to it. But this is the opportunity. Dowling now gets it right on the run towards Christmas, gets a nose down the inside and takes away the position and wastes no time to say, follow me and use me to get to Mentier and Khan.
Yeah, indeed. That first attempt, though, into Oblivion, very close indeed. And something we've not seen as a direct attack. Usually you see a setup through Oblivion, ready to take it on the exit of Crook, not the full lunge into Oblivion, and very risky, but has made it work though into Christmas, and this battle I'm sure will go on to the end. Over the line they go. Field now go on to lap number 5 of this race, 4 completed, and still here Mayan Patel, gap holding at 0.6 of a second. It just goes up to 7 now, as Whitcomb does set the fastest lap of the race, 44.803, is trying to open up that gap even more, and at this moment Nicole is being very successful in doing so. LeCont, of course, now is in a state of damage limitations. That 5-second time penalty that has been awarded to him that he will receive post-race, as it stands, will drop him back to 6th place. Of course, Eva Morris, who's not in this race, will still stay there at 7th. But for Lizzie Mentier, could really just sit there now for the rest of this race. She would have seen that 5-second board going out to LeCont just ahead. Does she risk the overtake still at this point?
You know, do you know what? I think for Lizzie, she's a smart enough driver to sort of know that the answer is no to that. She technically doesn't need to do anything here. She's further enough away from the drivers behind, like Dowling and Surtees. You know, they're not going to really be a problem there. You can visibly see the gap as they head out of Auger's. You know, they're nowhere near. She doesn't need to go for anything high risk, high reward and risk costing herself a race. As big lick of the curb for both drivers, on the exit of the newest part of the circuit, actually. That final chicane only being added in 2024 at Pitts Bend. She doesn't really need to do anything here, Anthony. She can just sit there and finish in that 3rd spot. She just doesn't want to leave it and let Khan push away enough that penalty won't affect him too much. But with the pace, that's, it's not going to be the case. Talking of pace, some purples out there. Whitcomb now pushing ahead, a 2nd between himself and Patel. And it was in the 1st and the 3rd sector where he really helped to himself there. Now drivers heading towards the boots. This is the part in the circuit as they head towards the newest part of the track. Here, this curb really presents a problem for these drivers when it comes to the physical part of racing. You saw pre-race, I don't know if anybody on the grid noticed, the padding that Lizzie Mentier had on her hips. Really difficult for these drivers when it comes to how they position in the seat. Those curbs really can take a beating away at the hip bone. That's a challenge in itself. Here is that's a mistake and a half there for LeCont at Ashby. got that one wrong on the entrance and on the rotation of the kart, and gives that position to Mentier.
Yeah, that is a very common thing you see, especially down into Ashby. It's a downhill braking zone, off camber as well, downhill braking zone with a big runoff area. And there you can see even Mentier making a little bit of a mistake there into that final chicane, lost the back end there into it. And that's all it is. You know, you brake a little too late, you try and push a little harder here, and it doesn't work out. Mentier now, because of that mistake on the exit of that final chicane, has gone defensive into Christmas Corner. Khan has not managed to find the move to the inside. Again, starting a fight here. This is becoming to get that mentality of a driver who's thinking, right, I need to defend now. But, of course, the driver behind has already got a 5 seconds, so you don't need to do this.
No, the thing is for Laith Khan, if he uses his head, he'll realise me actually overtaking Lizzie gives me no benefits. If I fight with her, cost her and myself time, I'm only going to drop further back with that 5 seconds. If I just sit there and we actually use our pace as a pair to push away further ahead of Emma Dowling and Elliot Surtees, maybe I won't lose as much position as previously thought. But for me anyway, that's what I would be thinking if I was Laith Khan, and maybe is starting to think that now because he has dropped away from Mentier slightly and looks to have settled back down.
Indeed, and now he just slots in. You saw as well a very brief warning flag out there as well. That will be for track limits for the drivers, and I have seen once or two just clipping those flip-flops on the final chicane as they come through. Now there they are, and there it is again for Laith Khan out of that chicane.
We didn't want him to demonstrate.
No, we weren't asking for a demonstration, but we got one anyway. So thank you, Laith Khan, but unfortunately at your expense.
It's actually one of those things, Anthony, you do it and you think, oh no.
No, yeah.
You know that you've done it as well. It's very, very obvious. You can feel it in the kart, and it's one of those that, under the helmet you're thinking, that's a problem.
Shouldn't have done that.
Nah.
Yeah, maybe I should turn in a little later next time, and it is always one of those thought processes.
The reason why these drivers do clip that curb, though, we'll watch a demonstration from Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, please don't clip that flip-flop.
Oh, that was very close.
Close. So the reason why these drivers are absolutely, clattering that middle curb is to straighten up the run through that corner as much as they possibly can to reduce the time it takes to get through the corner, so they don't have to turn that wheel as much. You straighten it up, you therefore then run less race distance, and of course the time it takes you to get through the corner is reduced, and then you end up with the faster time. Talking of faster times, Mayan Patel, despite being in P2, has actually now just found a little bit extra compared to race leader of Whitcomb. But no, maybe he was one of the demonstrators of hitting that flip-flop.
Yeah, when you see a fastest lap and then a warning flag come out, maybe you start to think, was that a track limits to get that fastest lap? Into that final chicane, though, the winning streak continues for this young man over the line. Whitcomb will take it ahead of Mayan Patel, who will finish in a very competitive P2. Mentier does hold off Laith Khan, of course, himself with that 5 second will tumble only behind Emma Rose Dowling, who will finish in P5. Elliot Surtees, strong effort there, will finish P6 ahead of the rest of the field, of course. Eva Morris, the only retirement from that race before it had started. Well, good stuff there for the seniors, and we'll see them back out in that second race later on. Of course, we'll see those races starting a little bit later on. Heat 4 juniors, that's 1 o'clock. Minis out at 20 past 1 and 20 to 2 for the seniors on those qualifying heats. There is your results then from that race. Competitive positioning again for Harrison Whitcomb, who will hold off the rest of the field for just that little bit longer over the course of this 2026 season. Over the weighbridge, of course, they will get checked out, and of course they will head back to the paddock to get themselves ready for their next race. But tension, I'm sure, is coming off the shoulders here of Harrison Whitcomb, who has certainly earned the stripes this year to become that champion at the end of this weekend. Well, rest of the field there make their way through. Hopefully all nose cones are good. It was a competitive run there for the field. Of course, there have still been those penalties going out and a plethora of warning flags as well for drivers for track limits out there as well. Let's have a quick look at the highlights from that one. Well, not much to report for Whitcomb on this one. Timely manner, as always, pole position for a lights to flag. Able to push forward. Biggest drama from that one, of course, did come from Eva Morris, of course, not being able to start that race. Then, of course, LeCont's 5-second time penalty for out of position. Kick-started a good little scrap between these drivers. This moment here, big lick of oversteer. The LeCont just allowed Mentier to get that move down the inside and take that position away. Harrison Whitcomb, though, in control over the course of that one. Not have to worry about another driver until that second race later on. Mayan Patel, though, holding firm with that gap and showcasing some pace there. Fastest lap of the race for Patel, 44.374. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, guess what? Harrison Whitcomb takes another qualifying heat win. Harrison, we've spoken so much this year, I'm starting to run out of questions to ask you. But this circuit in itself, very, very physical for drivers. I've driven around here myself. It's bumpy, that final chicane as well, challenging with the curbs. So can you dive into how you approach it as a senior driver?
Yeah, I mean, we came here on the Friday morning. It was a bit of a shock of how bumpy the track was, a bit of a reminder of a bit of a hard weekend I'm going to be in for. But just got to keep consistent, set the laps every time. You've got to make sure you're keeping within the right lap time. And it's just, it's hard to keep the consistency around a hard track like this.
Well, Harrison, I know that we'll probably be catching up a little bit later on. 3 qualifying heats done and dusted then. That's your first rotation complete. 1 more rotation of heats left to go. Not before a short break, though, and not before we head back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. As mentioned, that morning phase done and dusted. We'll be back racing in roughly around 45 minutes or so, where we'll see that second rotation for the drivers making their way out on track for the juniors, minis and seniors before those all-important finals at the end of the day. From myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in roughly about 40 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere.
Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. Maybe into the final corner, that's outrageous.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series, proudly brought to you by the live pictures you see here. RGMC and Motorsport UK delivering a heck of a 2026 season here for the drivers entering into the inaugural season of this championship. Of course, plenty of action to come ahead over the course of this weekend, with still another run of qualifying heats, 3 finals today, and then of course a full day tomorrow. Brand new qualifying heats and finals. And as you can see, the juniors are ready to head back out onto the circuit for their second run of the races. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. Tell us, qualifying heat 1 earlier on, what happened?
Busy old qualifying heat for our juniors, actually. For Sukmani Kira, it was really a good race start that set her up for a first qualifying heat win of the weekend. She finished things 8/10 clear of Colby Patterson, and then we had Max Boschhoff in third. Devin Titz, who is there on your screen, the Mercedes young junior driver, actually had a 5-second time penalty. That was for gaining an unfair advantage within race and dropped him down the order all the way to P14. Was originally, further up. He was in P10 when he crossed the line, but 5 seconds dropped him right to the back. Busy race, like we said, of course. There's Cecil Courts on your screen, who finished just ahead in your classification order ahead of Devin Titz. But it was also a very, very interesting time qualifying session. There's Lucian Smith on your screen, current championship leader, driver who's tied on points with Sukmani Kira, the winner of your first heat. And he's starting quite crucially right at the back, and is starting right at the back with a certain Louis Ratcliffe, who has been a final winner this year. That was out at Silverstone, so both those drivers having to push their way through the crowd in that first heat, ending up for Ratcliffe, it was P6. For Smith, it was P7. There's Ollie Brunt on your screen. It was a P12 for him for first qualifying heats. But now, second opportunity for these drivers to set themselves up for the third race of the day for this field, which will be their final, of course.
Yes, we look forward to that one, and we are moments away from seeing the start of this race. They are due out at 1 o'clock on the hour, so and that is in about 30 seconds or so. So that yellow light will be, of course, flashing on that pre-grid moments away to see the start of this race. As we mentioned, very busy race earlier on. Lots of happenings from the back of the grid, of course, and pushing forward, and the front of the grid and the middle part of the grid, of course, having quite the exciting battle. Now, though, they get to see if it's a rinse and repeat type effort, or are we going to see a completely different race format on this one? We'll have to wait and see. Until then, let's take you through that full starting grid. Exactly the same as what it was in race 1. It's taken from time qualifying this morning. Tomorrow, however, it's a very different story with a brand new qualifying and new qualifying grids. But here is the grid for this one. Sukmani Kira and Max Boschhoff on the front row of the grid. Colby Patterson join Harry Radcliffe on row number 2. There we'll see Leo Livings and Jonas Pundis on row 3. Ava Lawrence and Andy Stewart round out the first half of the field on row 4.
On row number 5, it's Germany and Mercedes as Devin Titz alongside Johnston Stewart. And then from row number 6, it's Cecil Courts alongside Ollie Brunt. Your 7th row, but maybe your fastest row in total, is Lucian Smith and Louis Ratcliffe that round out your field. Drivers then getting themselves into the rhythm, into the swing of things. Good circuit to test our drivers on your 4th and final event on the UK Series calendar. Of course, 1,120 metres. Every corner around this circuit is actually, named after something special to the track. It's making it exciting for us this weekend then, Anthony, and a bumpy track indeed. One that's testing these drivers just not in their racecraft ability, but also in how physically fit they are, and maybe how primed and prepped their ribs are as well, because that's been a common theme, a common conversation amongst these drivers. How dark is the bruise on your hip? Because mine is very bad indeed. It's a challenging track for these drivers. They're clipping those curbs, they're really testing themselves. But very good racing in your first qualifying heats, and ready to see a bit more of the same in this second opportunity.
Let's see if we're going to go racing here. Speed is very quick on this formation lap. They might be going around again, but we'll have to wait and see. They look good. Let's see if they get the green. The answer is no. It is a false start, and they will go around again. Very, very high speed there.
Yeah, a bit keen on the old gas from your front row, I would say. Just keen to get going and get racing. For Sukmani Kira, of course, really good race start in her first qualifying heat. Instantly sweeped across, instantly caught Max Boshoff off guard, and then he dropped further back into the hands of the drivers behind. So I'm sure that Sukmani's just looking to try and replicate that once more. There she is, the leader of your pack, the Discover Your Drive initiative driver, who will just reiterate, will just highlight once more, is chasing down for a championship win. For Kira, this could be big stuff. A driver that's competing in 3 championships this year and has been a big contender across all 3 of those. This could be her first title of 2026 that she potentially looks to claim.
Indeed, this looks a bit better. Speed's a little high again, but are we going to go racing this time? Answer is yes. It is lights out and fights on towards turn 1. Strong start again from Sukmani Kira. Immediately just covers off the attack from Max Boshoff and sweeps into the lead. And once again, for Max Boshoff, he's been slotted down into the field. He's already there in 4th place. He's lost out to Patterson. It's that Livings who's made a good start there, as well as Ava Lawrence goes defensive in towards Ashby Hairpin on this first time. Jonas Pundis there just behind you, as well as you can see the likes of the number 32 of Harry Radcliffe just there as well, trying to hold on to formation, and that's allowed Ava Lawrence to just open up that gap a little bit more. Andy Stewart there in the middle of that battle, as well as already you're seeing a 4-cut breakaway at the sharp end of this field, out of the final turn and back over the start-finish line. It is still for Sukmani Kira from Patterson, Livings from Boshoff, the top 4.
You're not watching the first qualifying heat, despite that gap being almost identical between Colby Patterson and Sukmani Kira. There's the change for P3. There's Boshoff getting back into the business end of things. Livings will look to return the favour, is just behind. That's the switch there between Eva Lawrence and Harry Radcliffe. That opens up the opportunity for Jonas Pundis. Jonas Pundis down the inside. Caught Eva Lawrence sleeping there a little bit, but she's going to return the favour. She's going to have more pace down into Oshers and is going to snatch it back away, but for how much longer? Because Jonas Pundis looked like he was going to put the nose down the inside, gives her a bit of a boost there through the boot, will tail back up, will invite in other drivers into this fight, will then run slightly wide on the exit of Pitts Bender. Saw somebody catching all over the exit curb and all over the rumble strip, will cost themselves some times. Potentially, Ollie Brunt was the driver on the limit. There is the challenge there between Devon Titz and Andy Stone is going to catch out the German driver of Devon. Devon there, wide as you like, and that's going to cost both of them some time. That's now going to cost potentially the position between Louis Ratcliffe and Andy Stewart also.
Indeed, there was that a bit of redemption there for Andy Stewart from that first race earlier on. We're not too sure, but certainly keeping it fiery out there. Speaking of fiery, this has fired up into something. Patterson has been the closest it's been so far this weekend in a qualifying heat to Sukmani Kira. Exit out of Oblivion and Crook and up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Are we going to see a change here at Christmas? The answer is no. Patterson holds off for the time being, but I think there may have been a moment out there for Sukmani Kira, because she had quite a significant gap only a lap ago, and it's not only Patterson who's there, Boshoff right there as well.
Has Sukmani maybe pushed too much in the first couple of laps? She's now looking very vulnerable indeed, especially on the exit of Ogiers. Patterson looks over his shoulder. As much as he's applying the pressure to Kira now, he's also having pressure applied to his shoulders, because you can't count out Boshoff. Where does Patterson try and go for it? He's got to try and go for the position that's not going to cost him so much time that both him and Kira lose that spot to Boshoff up towards Christmas. Patterson still not thinking about it just yet on Kira, who is now settled back down. Big lick of the curb then, setting herself up towards Ashby again. The door could have opened up for Patterson. That is a lunge, that is an overtaking opportunity, but he decides to sit there still indeed. Different type of race this time for Kira. compared to her previous. Last time she was only in her own air. She had nobody to think about. It was just to get things to the line. Now this is a defensive race. Now this is think about 2 drivers behind. Big clip of the curb on the exit there of the chicane.
That was a
the
good
battle
exit there.
is on, but Kira is now helping herself once more. She opens up that gap, and this time on the entrance towards Christmas, Patterson is not actually, glued nose to tail.
No, it was a really strong exit there out of that final chicane for Kira, and there is evidence of it at 45.687, and it all came from that final sector. Andy Stewart going under investigation at this point of the race, and I can imagine what that is for. Still, though, Patterson with that closest positioning, again, not going for that move, was probably hoping that if we can stick with each other, can we break away from Boshoff? Because, of course, Boshoff trying to go for that move. Now that he's seen that Patterson is off the back of Kira, it's a green light to Boshoff to go for this move now for P2.
Yeah, Sugars has really helped herself over the course of that previous lap. She's really now given herself some
Here
gap.
it is.
And now she's allowed Boshoff maybe the opportunity to think about Patterson instead of having to hold back and let the story between Patterson and Kira unfold. Boshoff has just seen, okay, my victim this time is going to be Patterson because he's not going for it on Sukmani, and now I'll be the driver to maybe try and challenge for the race lead. But he's got half a second to try and find. Let's not forget, Boshoff was your fastest driver, actually, out of the field across both your practices. He was P2 in time qualifying. He was on pole at some points in that qualifying session. He was your fastest driver out there. So he has got the pace, maybe in reserve at this stage of the day so far. He has got the pace to maybe try and win this one. And he has got the laps left as well. That's your trio at the front. Then we've got the duo, of course, of Leo Livings and Harry Ratcliffe. And then this battle. This is very interesting indeed. This is Lucian Smith back inside of the top 10 where we saw him exist in the previous qualifying heat. Is then Lawrence with Pundis and Louis Ratcliffe. Nice little fight about to go on. But Ava Lawrence just trying to do a bit of damage limitation here compared to herself, and Pundis, who gets the exit actually of Oja, is really, really correct. Closes up through the boot, will carry all of that pace round. Fast corner, straightening that run up. Lots of exit curb for these drivers, like you've just seen from Pundis there, who will maybe now look to get something done on Ava Lawrence in with, I would say, maybe the next lap and a half for Pundis before, I would say, Lawrence decides to go defensive.
Yeah, possibly so. We will wait and see, though, as they once again head down into that heavy braking zone at Ashby, utilising all that exit curb there. I've seen drivers use it all and just that little bit more over the course of this weekend. I've seen the dust and grass kick up into the sky as they've been pushing as hard as they can. But here now, really strong performance from Louis Radcliffe right on that rear bumper. I think he's thinking of this move faster than what we'll see Pundis do on Lawrence. We'll have to wait and see. Final lap board is out. Max Boshoff on that previous lap set the fastest lap of the race and has closed that lead gap down to just 0.3 of a second. However, with us being on the final lap, I think Sukmani Kira may have this one pretty much covered. A little bit wide there potentially on the exit of Ashby, but no drama really for her. She's going to look at a double victory here with just the boot to negotiate. It'll be 25 championship points for this young lady in a title fight in 2026. Over the line, it is Sukmani Kira who wins the second qualifying heat of the weekend and will get pole position for the final later on today. Boshoff will join her on the front row of the grid for that final race. An incredible start so far, and Boshoff will have one more chance to try and take that number one spot away. And Sukmani Kira once again is as close as she can possibly be to taking her first final win of 2026. There's your full results. Boshoff, of course, second. Patterson third from Ratcliffe. Harry Ratcliffe, that is. Leo Livings from Lucian Smith. Ava Lawrence finishes in 7th place from Jonas Pundis. Lou Radcliffe from Andy Stewart. Devon Titz from Ollie Brunt. Johnson Stewart and Cecil Courts, who rounds out the 14 karts in that race. All drivers who started do finish that race. Look back at some of the highlights there of this race, and well, you can initially see at the start of that race, you can see how Boshoff is just getting caught out on that outside line. That the inside line's just got so much more speed and pace through the likes of Oblivion, and then of course by the time they get to Crook, the right-hander up the hill to Christmas, then it's just not happened for him. Rest of the moments there, you saw Andy Stewart making the move on Devin Titz. That has put her under investigation in this race. This was the change up at the second place spot. Boshoff getting the move done on Patterson. That put the top 5 back in their original starting positions for the race. As the checker flag will go out with Boshoff finishing only 0.3 of a second behind Sukmani Kira, who will take pole position for the junior final and looking for her first final win of the 2026 campaign in the British Champions of the Future Academy programme. We look forward to those finals later on today for the junior minis and seniors, of course. Still, though, a mini and senior qualifying heat to go, which will, of course, see once again the same race positions we saw earlier on for the field. And, of course, we'll remind ourselves of those results from earlier on in those mini 60 and senior races. But until then, we just see the live pictures here at the post-race situation for the juniors. And there you can see over the weighbridge, and all good for Sukmani Kira at the end of that. 25 championship points going her way. It is now no longer a tiebreaker situation for P1 in the standings. Kira will take the championship lead now going into that final later on today. That will certainly be one to watch, and I'm sure Lucian Smith will have something to say about it in that final, as he will try, of course, to close that gap up. And of course, tomorrow is another day as well, with brand new qualifying heats and those finals. Plenty of championship points up for grabs. Enough from me, though. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
In Parc Ferme indeed then, Anthony, and we're with Sugars again. Sugars, really good race for you, but a very different race compared to your first qualifying heat, where of course you drove away from the field. This one you had to work for it a little bit more in the sort of 4th and 5th lap. For you, having Patterson just there, how do you deal with something like that, both mentally and with where you position the kart?
Yeah, I mean, compared to the first one, I had a much bigger gap, but I just had to keep my head down, make sure I had some consistent laps, but definitely made a few mistakes in the middle, but I just need to work on that for the final.
And this circuit, in the way that it races, when you've got somebody so close to you, can you actually feel it when you're driving around? Can you see these drivers sort of in your peripheral? How does the circuit race when you're that close?
No, you can't really see them in your peripheral vision, obviously only when you look behind, but yeah.
Well, Sugars, good to see 2 out of 2 qualifying heat wins, 1 more race left to go, and that will be their final later on. But now we'll turn our attention back to Mini 60.
Thank you very much, Nicole. In Parc Ferme, yes, over to Mini 60 now for the second and final qualifying heat of the day before their final. Quick reminder, race results early on. Chester Forks taking the win, clear by 1.7 seconds. That was from Bodie Batch, who did gain 3 places in that race. He's looking for, again, another good result here. Josh Hushka finished in 3rd earlier on, a position gain, and certainly a very strong performance for him over the course of that one. The good thing is no penalties to report from that first race earlier on. Everyone finishing in their same positions that they crossed the line in. That was Benjamin Savar, who finished 4th overall, 2nd in the under-10s. That's ahead of Max Zadic, who finished 5th overall, and 3rd in the under-10s as well. So very strong positioning for them. There is your field going through. Archie Gupta there is primed and ready to go. There you can see the 861 machine of Zach Boshoff from South Africa. Tough race on that last one. dropping 4 spots, but still looking forward to seeing what he can achieve here. There is Noah Kronya. He's ready to go. And, well, there you can see Harrison Whittaker there. He's joining. I can confirm he is definitely not a Mini 60 driver. He's there with Josh Hushka before they get seated into their car. There, just going through shot. Max Zadich, of course, on that sharper end of the field, and crucially wait and see what he can achieve. There is the main man this weekend, and I'd say this season, Chester Forks, points leader, pole position, and a race win earlier on. Another one here confirms pole position for that final, and another load of championship points.
Yeah, Chester this weekend then has just got sort of one thing in mind, and that, of course, is the ticket to Macau in early 2027. Currently, that is his for the taking, but the wins this weekend could actually be any driver's game. You saw flashes of Benjamin Schlevar there on your screen. There's Chloe McGill. Chloe, of course, knows this circuit very well indeed. She could look to get a good final result. Has not quite managed a podium just yet this year. And despite then being on your, of course, 4th and final round of the series here in Whilton Mill, we've still got new drivers coming into things. We've got Rafiwa and Dwabi there at the back, and he's starting alongside another new driver of Amelia Hay, who's just there with Adam Edgecombe. And I know Billy Edgecombe will probably be watching this, so hello, Billy. So drivers, they're starting on those back 2 rows, looking to show what they can do in their first appearance. Other drivers in there's Archie Gupta. She'll be starting alongside Chloe McGill. Archie under the guidance of Dave Bellchambers. There on your screen is Noah Kronya, who's had a final win this year, so don't count him out when it comes to the later stages, and don't count out Josh Hushka as well, who did take a provisional good result out at Larkle. Post-race penalty was taken away from him, but he could be looking to claim his first final win this weekend, because there are 2 opportunities, of course, 2 separate days of racing.
Hush now, Nicole, says Josh Hushka. Let me just get on with this race.
His mum, Kimberly, is probably like, yeah, I'm nervous enough as it is, so stop talking about it.
There we go. Not long to go. 1 minute board goes up. Chief Pre-Grid Officer here this weekend, Diego Capete, is there, ready to send the drivers out for the start of this race, which once again will see Chester Forks on that pole position spot. And it was a really strong start to his race earlier on. Not only was it a strong start, but a really strong pace throughout it. Mini 60 is challenging to break away from the rest of the drivers, and he managed to do just that in that first race.
Yeah, you see these drivers typically maybe break away because the others are sort of holding each other up, defending, or they have a bit of pushing and shoving. But then you see a lone driver quite quickly get caught up in Mini 60 racing. That is a theme that is very typical. We see it time and time again. But it actually, it wasn't the case for Chester earlier. Pushed away, had that clean air, and just drove around very, very calmly indeed. And he's also one of the drivers, despite being, of course, in mini racing, he's got that knowledge of tyre preservation, babying the kart, that sort of engineering mind when going into things to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape for the final later on. Here we go then, second qualifying heats of the day. It's your Mini 60s.
Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for their last qualifying heat before the final. Can Chester Forks take the double in this one and get pole position? We're moments away from finding out as he starts alongside Matt Zadich. Benjamin Silva and Josh Hushka, they take row number 2, and there we'll see the likes of Bodie Batch and Noah Kronya on row number 3.
Row number 4, it's Freddie Walker and Zach Boshoff, younger brother of Max Boshoff, of course. And from row number 5 is Scotland's Chloe McGill going alongside India's Archie Gupta. 6 rows in total, and it is Rafiwa and Dwabi alongside Amelia Hay, 2 brand new drivers into the field, looking to show us what they can do. Out in the front, Forks has got a job to be complete, but Zvaric, quick driver, has raced around here very recently. He was here about 2 weeks ago, so he's one of those as well. He's got that sort of muscle memory already. He's in that rhythm, he's in that swing. He's not having to think about, where can I improve here, where can I improve there, because he's already kind of zoned in. He's locked in with that. That could look to help the driver of Thailand this weekend. It could look to help him in trying to claim a qualifying heat win. As Of course, you took us through previous race results. You know, no penalties actually for
No,
our field.
clean, calm race.
Really calm race for our drivers. There was good promotions for drivers like Batch, who made up 3, McGill, Gupta and Amelia Hay as well. But, you know, nothing negative, nothing too untoward.
No, indeed. Unheard of in Mini 60 racing, I think.
It's normally like, where do you look at this? Whoa.
Usually
Sometimes you get
so
a bit
much
dizzy.
is happening. Yeah, indeed. Into the boot section. They'll enter the slow zone, the yellow flag area. No overtaking course beyond this point. It should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. They will cut the chicane this time around, which they do so on the original circuit. Round the final turn, into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn 1, strong start again for Forks, but it's a better start here for Zadic. He's there in second place, and immediately I'm sure we'll want to attack, but no, he's on the defensive here on that inside line for the rest of the field. And of course, with that, Forks will take the optimal racing line, opens that gap up immediately and has put Zanic under pressure, because immediately down the inside you're seeing the drivers trying to go for the moves. Is that Josh Hushka there with the chance of the move, but he's not managed to get it done. He stays firm in third place, but still on a position gain. Everyone through the first few sectors unscathed there, Nicole, and a good run to the end, albeit Benjamin Slavar there with a cheeky move down the inside. It's not worked out for him, and he's going to lose out on a handful of positions here, because that is the drivers gaining places. Hushka's through, Slavar to 4th place, Bodie Batch starting to close in.
Well, it was actually Batch making a slight mistake on an attempted overtake, cost himself time. Then Schlivar managed to find his way through, and Batch, I would say, is feeling some frustration. He's maybe feeling a little bit of anger out there with that self-inflicted moment. Now he's just got to deal with Schlivar before he can catch up to Hushka, Zvaric and Forks. Different race this time in our start compared to what we had in our previous, where Zvaric is not a million miles away from Chester Forks. And I would say Hushka's maybe taking this opportunity to work with Zvaric in the early stages in this one. 2 karts are better than 1, and if they work as a duo to chase down on your best of the day so far of Forks, maybe we could see a turn of the tables. It's Forks from Zvaric from Hushka. They're 1, 2, 3. That Schlivar and Bodie Batch now being challenged out there. Batch just gives him a slight nudge there through Crook up towards Christmas, and there is the move. Bodie Batch down the inside and makes that change.
Yeah, nicely done. Had that lined up really through Crook, and I think had it settled halfway up the hill more than anything. Zadic sets the fastest lap of the race. The gap less than 0.2 of a second. Big moment there on the exit for Batch, and that overtake he just gained is going to lose out on not 1 but 2. Konya goes through as well. Very rare mistake there from Bodie Batch at the exit of Wilkins. Just ran out wide onto that cut-through section.
Let's not forget, this is going to be a weekend of nerves for many of our drivers, for drivers like Harrison Whitcomb, Lucian Smith and Sukhmani Kira, for Chester Forks, but also for Bodie Batch, who's looking at, of course, a championship, not just overall in Mini 60, but an under-10s crown as well. For Batch, maybe he's got 2 big points
change
pressure.
For the lead.
Okay, so this is going to very much get interesting, because change for the lead. Chester Forks, for the first time this weekend, both pace-wise and racing-wise, is now being challenged, but instantly says, no, this is mine for the taking, and takes it back away from Zvaric as quickly as he lost it. So Chester Forks is now back to the top of the field. Josh Hushka is in this one. These 3 drivers now nose to tail through the final corner will set up a brand new lap, and I think we'll continue to battle here in towards the entrance of Oblivion. It's Forks from Zvaric from Hushka. They're not actually that far clear from the second pack of Batch, Schlivar and Walker. Back down the inside, change for the lead, challenge for the lead is on. Forks has got to let Zvaric have it, and Josh Hushka, entrance of their Christmas, sets it up, had that minimum speed, gets himself into second. Now he's being defended from, but he's going to take the opportunity on the exit there of Ashby, as is Chester Forks. Forks and Hushka there side by side. Forks maybe is going to achieve something down towards Ojers, and what have they done? They've invited the rest of the field. It was a 3-kart battle, now make it 6.
And this is why we love these lower divisions. It's the same throughout it, no matter what class or category or motorsport you're ever racing in, the lower divisions usually provide the most exciting racing, and you're seeing that here in karting once more. But just as quickly as they managed to square it away, it's opened up again at the front end, and here you can see Fawkes now fighting for third place here. He's wheel to wheel with Noah Kronya, who is on the outside line here. Bodie Batch is back into play. Slavar is there, he's just lost out because that's Freddie Walker, who's just made the move upwards now. And there you can see Slavar throwing his hand up. He's not too happy. For Zadic and Hushka, though, they have broken away. They've opened up a near second gap between themselves and Fawkes now, who's back there in third.
The clock is ticking and we are over 50% in this race distance for Zvaric. He's going to be hoping that time starts to speed up, because for him and Josh Hushka, they've got a gap now. Chester Fawkes, however, don't count him out. He might have been fed into the pack, but he will race his way through. There we have Benjamin Schlavar rounding out this 7-car battle, which also involves Freddie Walker. Now, however, those two drivers have fallen further back. That's a big moment there for Bodie Batch to grab that much of the exit curb. Really ran a longer distance, was really on the limit. As Batch now comes back into life, so does Chester Fawkes, and we're told there with the pace that Fawkes has not now got instantly onto the back of Josh Hushka. Now he has arrived back to your duo at the front. Now we're seeing what we saw 2 laps ago. The 3 at the front, then that second pack, which includes Batch, Kronya, Freddie Walker and Benjamin Schlavar. Settled back down. Keep an eye on the driver of third, Chester Fawkes. I would say in towards Christmas, Fawkes could have something now. Take it back. He wants to say to her, no, I've got it as you speak about it, because in towards Oblivion takes away that P2 once more.
Yeah, back on the upward charge here with time very quickly running out. That was a late look there for Slavar on Walker. Up into Christmas, but not completing that one. And Fawkes again showcasing that speed, 49.661 over the line on that last one. The gap already down to 3/10, despite all of what happened earlier on, has kept calm, kept the pressure low underneath that visor, and immediately is on the attack once more. Into that final chicane. Again, just a little wrong angle there over the curb for Zadic. Is going to put him under, I think, a little pressure going on to this last lap. They exit through Oblivion, through Crook, up the hill now past Fine Lady. And now we're going to see a charge here. Zadic goes defensive. Fawkes on the outside. He's going to try and go for that long way round, but it's not going to work out for him. He stays in second place. This brings Hushka back into play, because again, it's another defensive posture from Zadic. Very late, but Fawkes goes through. Hushka goes through, and it's a breakdown for Zadic on the final moment. He may have pushed too hard on the brakes there. Did he stall that engine on the exit? It certainly looks like it. That has given Fawkes, Hushka and Batch 1, 2, 3 in this race into that final chicane. Kronya is there as well in fourth, but it's Chester Fawkes once again who will extend that points lead going into the final today. It is Fawkes who will take 100 intermediate classification points, which will give him 25 championship points going into that final. Hushka will finish P2 ahead of Batch. Kronya will take fourth from Walker. Slavar from Boshoff. McGill from Gupta. Ndwambi will finish in 10th place ahead of Amelia Hay. And Max Zadic at the end of that one tumbles to 12th place. That retirement at the end from first to 12th going into that last lap. An absolute disaster for Zadic, and that will, well, come the final later on, we'll put him 7th on the grid. From that result, that is a tough pill to swallow for him. There, though, Chester Fawkes kept cool, calm and collected in that one, despite dropping, I think, his lowest position in that one down to 4th place when that really started to heat up. Managed to keep that nose clean and fight his way back to that sharp end, and you can see them making their way back into Parc Ferme. job is done and dusted for the Minis. Heading into that final later on. We look forward to that one, which at the moment we'll see Chester Fawkes back on pole position. This time, though, joined by Joshushka. Bodie Batch will be promoted from his starting positions in these qualifying heats to the final. He will start right behind Chester Fawkes going into that final, so that should be quite an interesting one. He'll have his best starting position so far of the weekend, and of course going into tomorrow, brand new qualifying session could change that order once again. So we will wait and see. But that's Mini 60 done for the moment. With that final later on, of course, the seniors will be getting themselves ready to go for their last race before the final. And again, pressure will be on the likes of Alison Whittingham, who will be on that pole position spot. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Indeed then, Anthony, second catch-up of the day with Chester Fawkes. Chester, another good qualifying heat for you, another win, but a different kind of heat because that time you really had to work for things. When you fell into the hands of the drivers behind and then you got back to the front, how do you pull that off? How do you redeem yourself?
Well, I just thought if I kept my head and keep my calm, then I could come back through because I know I had pace and I know it's harder to lead a race. So I knew that if I could just get the overtakes done and not lose too much time, I could come back through.
And Chester as well. Let's talk about the moment between yourself and Zvaric there. There was no contact, of course. That's not why we've seen Zvaric out. In Mini 60, for you drivers, it's easy to kill the RPM, right? It's easy to kill the power. Is that what Zvaric did? Did you know that he was going to slow up, or was it just sudden? What, in your eyes, what happened?
Well, I saw that he locked up into the corner, so I knew that he was going to go deep. So I went for the switchback, and then I just saw his engine didn't go and it died. So I just knew at that point that I had the lead.
Well, you did indeed, and it's the second qualifying heat of the day. Chester, good job, and see you on pole for that final, of course, later on. Of course, we've got another group left to see before we confirm all three of our final pole sitters, and it will be OK and Senior.
Thank you, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme. Over to the senior category, as mentioned. And again, a very strong start to the weekend for a very familiar name in that senior paddock. Harrison Whittingham once again controlling the form in those qualifying heats with that win earlier on, clear by 1.1 second from Mayan Patel. But it was Patel who had the fastest lap of the race, and Mayan Patel's speed so far this weekend has been quick. So could we see a change of position in this second qualifying heat? We will have to wait and see. Another factor that we didn't really get to see in that race as well, Eva Morris failed to start that race, unfortunately. Did exit out to the circuit, but the kart ground to a halt out there. So one thing that will happen here, of course, is she'll have the fresher tyres and she'll have a little bit more, I'm sure, fire in the belly to head out onto that track. Before that race, though, let's have a quick look back at the highlights from that Mini 60 race because, of course, it was quite a busy one out there for your field, which saw, of course, Chester Fawkes taking that win. Only by 0.3 of a second, though, however. Certainly a very exciting little fight it was, with Joshushka, of course, trying to gain those positions. With a very strong start, of course, for Max Zadich at the beginning of that race. He was able to hold on to position for the majority of it. It was only down to that last lap where it really fell into the moment. That moment there for Bodie Batch, just losing out one or two places, but then we started to see the defensive posture for the race lead. Then we started to see the fight here, and this is what brought the pack into play. And Chester Fawkes, well, he dropped back quite considerably into the field because then you could see him here down into fourth place and under a lot of pressure. Batch right behind him as well, but slowly but surely able to just squeeze his way back up to the sharp end. And then when it came to that final lap, this over-defensive moment here for Matt Zalic. I think just too hard on the brakes and the engine stalling and unable to get it restarted would gift Forks that race win, but certainly a very strong performance. But that was then, and this is now. And over to the senior category, and there you can see everyone primed and ready. And as you pointed out correctly earlier on, that padding there on the seat for Lizzie Mentier, it's fully packed out there, and anything to try and help them through this circuit.
Yeah, for these drivers, you know, this is not a shock. They know that this is going to be the case for this circuit, and that's why they're prepped and ready to endure some of the bumps that exist out there on this track. It's going to be a challenge, but it's not a challenge that can't be tackled by your field. First qualifying heat of the day, Harrison Whitcomb, guess what, took that win. 1.1 seconds clear from Mayan Patel, and then it was Lizzie Mentier in P3, Emma Rose Dowling P4. Then we had Laith Khan and Elliot Surtees with Eva Morris, unfortunately failing to start that race. Khan, of course, was higher up in your standings. He was, glued together throughout that race with Lizzie Mentier, but a 5-second time penalty cost him that end result. Now it's their second and final opportunity to set themselves up for a good start for the final later on. These drivers then just getting into the final moments in, track conditions now that are much warmer than what we had through our test sessions. England over the past week, we've had the first bit of rain we've seen in a very, very long time. Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah. Can you believe I'm saying that? It's actually been the case where it's not rained for ages, then it rained and everybody complained that it was rained. Normally it's the other way around.
But work this one out. I'm going to go a bit slight off topic here. Work this one out. Something called El Diablo that's happening. So it is a weather event that is happening at the moment, and it's going to bring rain, but something that's called El Diablo to bring rain and not hot weather doesn't make any sense. And so after a loaded spell of dry rain, we're now expecting dry rain, dry weather.
No, you got way too used to using that phrase that it just kind of comes out your mouth now. Dry rain, wet rain.
Yeah, but it's still factual. Now to get a load of rain. So we're now looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Dan Ashton is staring at me through the window thinking, Anthony, are you a weatherman or a commentator on motorsport? I don't know.
I'm not sure either with the amount of weather that we've spoken about this year, because we've had some very interesting weather.
This season for weather has been atrocious.
We've had quite... Sometimes you actually can't believe what is going on. Wildfires at some events on the trackside.
We had that. We had a
torrential rain, floods, wind.
Casual tornado.
As you do.
As well, as you do. We've dealt with a lot so far this season. I will stress that's the international calendar. In the UK, we've either just had a little bit of sunshine or a bit of rain.
It's actually rained at every event we've had on the UK series calendar.
Yes, and it did rain here, technically, on the practice day. No, the day before the practice day it rained. So technically we weren't on track then, but yes, so I'm still classing that as rain this weekend. Right, anyway, enough about weather. Racing, however, is the one thing that we'll be watching on this one. And of course, in the senior category, has been dominated by that man at the sharp end of the field, Harrison Whitcomb, ready to see this race unfold. Of course, at this moment, already 50 points to his name in the intermediate classification. But Mayan Patel, I do not want to rule him out in any race scenario. He saw one of his best results out earlier on in the season. I am looking forward to seeing what he can achieve in these finals.
Looking forward to seeing what that driver there does as well. Eva Morris, we have not seen Eva race today. What has she got in reserve? What has she got in the kit bag that could maybe look to set herself up for a good final starting position later on and could maybe see her challenge? Here we go then, second qualifying heat of the day for your seniors.
Whitcomb on pole position once again, joined by Mayan Patel. Eva Morris joins Lizzie Mentier, and that's going to be the fight that we will see. LeCont, Emma Rose Dowling there as well, joined by Elliot Surtees. Sorry, Nicole, I know we split the grid, but I got carried away with me there.
Yeah, I'll let you have that one as well.
Thank you, so kind. I am looking forward to this one. This time, of course, Eva Morris, like we were just mentioning, fresher tyres, hasn't used them for their whole race, better off than the rest of the field here, and this could really play into her hands.
Yeah, absolutely. She could redeem herself from what happened earlier on, where we saw her parked, of course, in that third sector over at the boot. Did not even manage to complete a lap. So she's going to have more tread, she's going to have fresher rubber. She should, in theory, get to the front and stay in the front with that.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as their out lap is completed. They go on to their formation lap here, and they're getting on with it, aren't they, the seniors? The borderline full race pace at this moment, heading into that final sector. And, of course, Whitcomb and Patel here will start to slow the pace down now for the start, and hopefully everyone in their correct positions, because we saw penalties earlier on, unfortunately, for LeCont did not leave the space where Eva Morris was due to be. We're still single file here, very late to the formation, but they get it sorted now, looking for a race start first time then. Whittingham and Patel on the front row of the grid. Are we racing? The answer is yes. Towards turn one, Patel immediately tries to cover off from Eva Morris, but those fresher tyres, as we were talking about, carries it round the outside, and that is straight away up into second place. And if I'm Harrison Whittingham here, I would start to feel maybe just that little bit worried that Morris might have a bit extra speed here.
Yeah, for Whitcomb, he doesn't necessarily crumble in this situation. It's not the end of the world if Morris gets past and takes a win. There we just saw Patel dropping it off the track slightly. There is a little bit of a drop there on the exit
in the road
for these drivers. And of course, they're running so far on the limit through corners like Zulu, where they actually then run it to that white line, sometimes end up dropping it off the white line like what you just saw from Patel. Doesn't throw him off massively because he is still right there. He's still on the door of Eva Morris, but wide as you like there, and really the kart digging through the corner at Crook. For Patel, that's just cost him some time. It's cost him around about 0.2 of a second compared to Morris, who is now probably going to, in this stage, start to get that tyre into life, go in later and harder into these corners on the brakes, have more confidence on the grip in towards corners like Christmas, and then down towards the boot as well to close in on that 0.6 that Whitcomb has currently got. Further back in your order, no big changes, of course. The only drivers to make up positions so far are Morris and LeCont, who's got past Lizzie Mentier.
Well, over the line they go. On to lap number 3 of this race. At 12 laps completed, everyone here pushing as hard as they can. Emma Dowling on that rear bumper. Elliot Surtees as well there, not far off the back of this one. New fastest lap for Whittingham. There opens up the gap to 0.8 of a second between himself and Eva Morris, who still there holding on to second place. Into Osiers here, and Emma Rose Dowling on the attack here to Lizzie Mentier, who sits just ahead onto the boot section. Any position at this stage will mean points, will mean a position gain for that final later on today, but for the moment just sitting behind and assessing the situation that is currently unfolding. And speaking of situations that are unfolding, this is second place. Eva Morris has lost touch here of Whittingham, who has broken away now by 1.2 seconds, and Patel knows it. Down the inside, and Ashby takes P2 away and steps forward.
Maybe expected Morris to have a little bit more throughout this heat in the early stages, but it's not quite enough. And now, like you called it there, Anthony, we've got Patel through, but we've also got Harrison Whitcomb being given a warning flag out there.
Track limits,
potentially, of course, moments with cutting certain points of the track. So for Whitcomb, we'll need to maybe rein it in a little bit. He does not need to completely go on the limit out there. He's got 1.7 seconds. He can now start to think more so about that tyre for the final later on. This could be a nice little battle, not just within this heat, but in the final later on. For Eva Morris and for Lizzie Mentier, both drivers have had P2s this year. They've both been second on the podium. So maybe, for Emma Rose Dowling, there could be a bit of a hidden goal this weekend. She's the only driver in the Discover Your Drive initiative in the senior field to not get second. She's had good moments. She has seen a podium. She probably wants to, replicate what Mentier and Morris have both done and get that second, potentially get on that top spot as well, because there are 2 opportunities for her to do that this weekend. But for now, She's still looking at Lizzie just ahead. New warning notifications out there this time. I'm sure it'll be for track limits once more because nobody has attempted any moves over the course of the previous 2 laps. It's LeCont that is being watched.
That's something we like to see. Mayan Patel, fastest lap of the race, 44.8, and again is showcasing the speed that we saw earlier on as well. Just not had the start, so loses out on a chunk of time at the beginning, but then later on, then starts to close the gap down. 1.5 seconds is that lead gap. We'll keep a close eye on it. We are not even, well, actually, I would say we are the halfway point now. We're just over it as I go through. We're now on to lap 7 of 12. The gap now 1.4.
Anthony, you've been commentating around it, for a long time now.
Been a day or two.
Yeah, this circuit is one of those where the bumps exist and where there's so many different technical elements that go into the track. Easy to make a mistake. Actually quite easy to lose a big gap that Whitcomb has got himself out there. It's now being folded down. It was 1.7 seconds. Now it's 1.3. For Patel, it's not a massive ask for him to try and get into the front. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, still, a 1.5 second gap around here is quite a considerable gap. And as they cross over the line now, it stays at 1.5 with a new fastest lap from Whitcomb. So again, he's just retaliating to what Patel is doing. But this track is quite strange when it comes to doing hot laps on it. It's a lot of people say it's not a flowing circuit. There is a lot of elements to it. It feels more like a puzzle than anything else. It all slots into place for a lap, but it doesn't flow like a ribbon. It flows like a jigsaw puzzle going through. Technical braking zones, uphill sections, off-camber sections as well, as I think one or two many track limit warnings going out. That's 5 seconds now for LeCont. And again, 5 second penalty seems so harsh for track limits, but of course they were told this in the briefing. I think that's your 3rd offence at that one. A 4th offence, I think it's a 10-second time penalty, and then a 5th is a black flag, I think, if I'm right in saying. Something like, I was paying attention in the safety briefing, LeCont, the driver's briefing. I don't know if you were even there.
I wasn't.
Terrible. You were never there, even when you were racing.
Well, it was, otherwise I wouldn't have been allowed to race.
I never saw you there. But these drivers here, they're having a nice little scrap here right now. LeCont, of course, now a very similar story we were in earlier on, of course. Lizzie Mentier with LeCont, knowing that penalty is there. This time, a very, very new element is in this one, in the form of Emma Dowling, who is right there, but again, just not managing to get that nose to the inside. And there's a gifted moment there. Mentier looking like she lost the back end out of that chicane, but not capitalising on it right now.
Interested to see what LeCont does for the rest of these laps, because, personally, if it was me, and I know that I'm sat in P4, I know no matter what happens in the next couple of laps that I'm going to drop to the back because I've got a 5-second penalty. Do I decide maybe to back off a little bit, let the drivers behind who are going to have the position anyway post-race to have it, and then maybe preserve what I've got? Back off a little bit, protect some of the tyre so that when it comes to the final, you've got that little bit of competitive advantage. Maybe that's what LeCont could look to do. For now, however, he's looking to continue to push. He's still going all over the limit. He's still pushing incredibly hard because now he's got this battle behind. What big boots there to Lizzie Mentier from Emma Rose Dowling, who had a bit of impatience in towards Christmas. Through down towards Ashby. They're still going for it. It's still Mentier and Dowling. This is for P5 and P6. Mentier looks over her shoulder. She knows that now she has a slight gap out there. She's now got 0.2 of a second between herself and Emma as they now head towards the later stages of this race, where the gap between Whitcomb and Patel is now down to 1.2. It has consistently reduced, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Patel. I think for Harris and Whitcomb, again in 2026, will be starting on a pole position spot for the senior final.
Indeed, and another bout of 25 championship points, and that for Whitcomb might be all he needs this weekend to confirm it, and that would be an incredible achievement by the time they see that checkered flag. And you can tell that this is Whitcomb just backing off the speed now, still showing great pace, but is definitely cloned the dial down to about 9 or 10 out there just to cool the tyres down on this final lap. Out of the final corner, 25 championship points and a pole position is heading to Harrison Whitcomb's way. Over the line, he will take the second qualifying heat win ahead of Patel. Morris will finish third. Strong results for Eva Morris. We did not get to see her race earlier on. Brings her back into contention here, but of course is going to lose out in a fair few places from the start of that one, but she'll look to 5th place for that final later on. Khan will finish in 4th from Mentier. Dowling from Surtees. Of course, this will all change. Khan with that 5-second, I'm sure, will tumble to 6th place. Is just ahead of Elliot Surtees with that gap at 15.1 seconds. I don't think it will be enough for him to lose out on that spot also. There is your full race results then from the senior class. And Whitcomb again taking that P1 spot. But once again, not taking the fastest lap of the race. Main Patel seeing that again, showcasing the speed is there. It is just the start of that race. It needs to get dialed in. Could we see Patel catch up to this man here in that final? Or will we see Whittingham break away with a 7th final win of the season? Here is your highlights from it. And again, this is what we're talking about. You can see Patel immediately there down into 3rd place as Whittingham would break away. It was a strong start for Eva Morris. Those fresher tyres able to carry the speed around the outside. It didn't last too long as Patel was able to get that move completed. So a strong battle for 5th and 6th place throughout that one. Mentier, Dowling fighting away. Like to LeCont just ahead. They would end up finishing ahead of him on paper. Checker flag out. And you can see right at the very end, a very close gap. Less than 7/10 of a second over the line. Of course, that one though, Whittingham just backing off to cool those tyres down. But certainly will give a confidence boost to Main Patel going into that final later on today. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's ready in Parc Ferme.
We are ready, and we're ready with Harrison Whitcomb again. Harrison, pole position, 2 qualifying heat wins for you. Good stuff. Let's talk about Eva Morris. Eva, of course, first qualifying heat didn't start. So you'd naturally expect her to have a bit in reserve, a little bit of an added extra because of some new tyre. Yeah. For you as a driver, what is it that you're doing differently compared to everybody else, even a driver who would maybe have a mechanical advantage that's still making you be in front and be ahead?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I just know I'm hitting my apexes. I'm doing my job, braking later than anyone. And yeah, just got to keep the lap times consistent, and that's what we're doing.
Well, you said you're not sure, but you sound like you just answered it there for us. It's good stuff, of course. Final left to go. Second, well, 2 finals this weekend. First of those later on. We'll see you on the grid. But before we go into that, you know, your thoughts, really relaxed, would you say?
Yeah, I think we might have the championship wrapped up by now, so just have a bit of fun.
Harrison, good to hear from you. We'll see you in the grid later on. That is Harrison Whitcomb, who's just completed his 2nd qualifying heat win of the weekend so far. Qualifying heats done and dusted for Saturday's day of racing. 3 more races left to go. They will be your finals. DJ, what times can we expect to see those?
Well, thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, those finals will be on track at 3 o'clock. That's when they start with the juniors, 3:30 for the minis, and 4 o'clock for the seniors. Gives the drivers plenty of time to get those karts sorted out and ready to go. That will be the next races and the last 3 of the day before we reset for tomorrow's qualifying heat and finals as well. So for myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you once again in about an hour's time. Don't go anywhere.
upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series here live for round 4 at Whilton Mill. It's the first finals of the weekend here. Saturday's racing has nearly come to a conclusion with just 3 more races to go to see who will take the first trophies of the 4th and final round of the 2026 season. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will be in and amongst the drivers and giving you the commentary this coming race weekend with junior, mini and senior ready to head out for their last races. Here's the track itself though, Whilton Mill Kart Circuit in Northamptonshire. The weather conditions so far this weekend have been pretty decent compared to the first day, the setup day, where there was a lot of rain in the air, but no such rain so far over the racing. The track itself, 1.2 or 1.1 kilometres, I should say, 1,120 metres, spans a very entertaining track as well through the likes of Oblivion, Crook, Fine Lady, up to Christmas Corner, Inkermans, the Ashby Hairpin, Wilkins, Osiers, the Boot and Pit Bend as well. Very flowing and demanding circuit, and all the drivers so far this weekend have said one thing and one thing only: oh my, is it bumpy out there, but it is a demanding track for them. The finals not far away from heading out onto the track, and it's been quite a busy one for the juniors and the minis. A calm and controlled day for the senior category, but a quick reminder of what is happening going into this junior race. Of course, the pole position spot being taken by Sukmani Kira, a very strong performance over the course of today, and will put herself in a prime position. She'll be starting alongside Max Boshoff there on the number 25 machine. Just on the left-hand side, has been looking mighty fast this weekend, and curious to see what they can do. Biggest story, of course, came from time qualifying. Luke Radcliffe disqualified from that qualifying session, put it to the back of the grid. Lucian Smith not setting a time was the championship leader. They have recovered now, both of them, to the 4th row of the grid from starting at the back. So now it's just the second time to push forward in this one. But let's head down to the grid. It's a hive of activity with Nicole Sutherland, who's with our drivers.
Certainly is then, Anthony, down here on the track for the first time then this weekend. First final of the weekend, and we're with our juniors, like you just rightly called us through. And we're starting on our front row with Sukmani Kira and with Max Boshoff. Max, I'm going to pull you over very quickly once you've got your suit on. This weekend and today, really good for you, Max. Drivers around you actually have got some more experience maybe than what you've got, but you do know this track. But what's it been like having to deal with drivers like Sukmani, who knows the circuit very, very well?
It's quite difficult to race them because obviously we're not used to this type of conditions, and they know this track really well, and I didn't have much experience on here.
And Max, does this circuit compare to any of the tracks at home that you're used to? Have you brought anything here this weekend that you feel like will give you an advantage going into this first final?
No, because some other tracks there we don't really ramp the curbs.
Well, Max, good to catch up with you, and we'll see if a final could be on the cards for Max Boshoff here today on Saturday's day of racing. Of course, Max has not taken a final win this year, but today could be that opportunity. The same could be said, of course, for Sukmani Kira, who's not had a final win, but she has been seen on the podium, and will now look to carry on that winning streak that we've seen from her so far today. Sugar's good day so far, pole and quali, 2 qualifying heat wins. Now, however, is where it counts. No final win for you just yet this year. This is the opportunity, and championship as well. What is going on in your head right now?
I mean, I've done a good job today. I just hope we can get a clean sweep to put us in the lead for the championship points. But yeah, I just need to focus on the final that we've got ahead now.
Well, we'll let you focus, Sugars. We've caught up with, of course, Sukmani quite a few times so far today. We then go to our second row where we see Colby Patterson and Leo Livings. Colby, I'm not gonna let you run away. This year, because I want to talk to you, I want to chat to you. This year, you've had a final win. That was at Silverstone. Very, very different conditions. This time, you're on a track, of course, that you know very well. Circuit in itself in a final, how does it race?
Final's always the hardest one, but circuit, Not my favourite, but see how it goes.
And you're a driver in this field, like we just mentioned again, you know the track really well, as does Sukmani. From what you've watched behind Sugars today, what's it going to take to try and get ahead?
First, thanks for that one, but hopefully an overtake, to be fair.
Well, we'll see if you get that overtake. Colby, thank you very much for your honesty, as always. We're then going to catch Lucien Smith. Lucien, come over, come over. Lucien, qualifying set you back today, wasn't quite the one. Championship, however, is something that's going on in your mind, right? It's between you and Sukmani and maybe Colby this weekend. What's happened for you since qualifying, and can you tell us about how you've, chipped away today?
Yeah, qualifying wasn't that good. Just move forward in all the races to get a good start for the final and just push forward in the final.
And for you as a driver, with the amount of experience you've now got, Lucien, you've raced in the UK, you've raced out in Europe in the OKJ category as well. Do you feel those nerves anymore? Or is it, at this stage in your career, just sort of business when you're driving around?
Not really, because you've had there's another round tomorrow, so if this round doesn't go as good, you've still got a big chance tomorrow to pull it back.
Well, we'll see if you can pull things back then, Lucien. That's Lucien Smith, who is starting a little bit further back compared to where we would expect to have seen him. Lucien took 2 final wins at Larkhall. He's one of the only drivers across the UK series who has managed to pull that off this year. The other, of course, being Harrison Whitcomb, but that is in the senior category. We then head to our third row, where we see one of the Ratcliffes, the younger of the Ratcliffes, Harry Ratcliffe, alongside Ava Lawrence. Both of those drivers, we won't distract too much because they're some of the earliest to jump in kart, showing that early concentration. We've then got Lucien's kart, and he's starting alongside the second of the Ratcliffes, but the older Louis Ratcliffe, who took a final win out in the first final of the year at Silverstone. Both of those drivers have climbed up since time qualifying. They were actually starting at the back. Then we get to the likes of Devon Titz and Jonas Pundis here to my left. Jonas, we're going to distract you for a moment. Welcome to the UK. First appearance for you in the UK series. Really good stuff so far. Can you tell us about what your sort of thoughts have been about both the circuit and the type of racing that we've seen this weekend so far?
The track is very bumpy and it's hard to overtake, but what you can do.
And Jonas, the decision to come and race here, where's that come from? Because, for you jumping in this field, definitely a kart that you're used to, but maybe not an environment that you're used to. So why have you decided to join us this weekend?
Because I need more qualifyings and heats, so starts that I would prepare to drive for World Cup.
Well, Jonas, good to hear from you. So drivers, of course, joining us to get that added extra bit of experience. Same could be said for Devon Titz, the Mercedes junior driver for Germany. Devon, good to see you once more. We saw you at PFI, of course, yourself and your Mercedes teammate of Manny Nuvolini was out at PF in Grantham. Now you're here at Whilton Mill. Similar question to what I just asked Jonas, this track itself, how does it drive, how does it race, and how have you felt about this weekend so far?
Yeah, for us it's really hard because the track is really bumpy, and also, yeah, the track is really bumpy.
Well, Devon, the drivers around you, of course, good drivers, quick drivers, overtaking round this circuit can be a little bit tricky because you've got to have some confidence. But where are you maybe going to try and pick some positions away?
Yeah, the track is very small. You can overtake there in the corner in the back.
Christmas?
Yeah. Also here in the corner in the front.
Ashby, we've got over there. So Christmas and Ashby, 2 big overtaking opportunities. So maybe we'll watch you pick those wins off. Devon, good to catch up with you as always. That's Devon Titz, who is of course starting a little bit further back today. For these drivers, big opportunity ahead. And then we get to our final row where we've got Ollie Brunt and Cecil Courts. That is your grid of OKN juniors who will take you into your first final of the weekend, your first final of the final round of the UK series. Anthony Jordan over in the commentary box will go back to you because 3 minutes has been notified to these drivers. They'll be primed, prepped and ready.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. And yes, you can see all the drivers now, all bar 1 or 2 there who have not taken their seats just as of yet. But indeed, we are nearly ready for that final, which will, of course, see Sukmani Kira and Max Boshoff on the front row of that grid. Boshoff, of course, has been starting from second place over the course of today, has struggled to get that kart off for a good starting position. Purely it is on that front row, but doesn't have that inside line. Now, of course, if Patterson doesn't get the start here, maybe Boshoff could get that nose down the inside, but it is just a case of, can he do such a thing? Of course, Leo Livingston, a very similar story, is on that second row of the grid, but is on that outside line going into turn one at Oblivion, but then, of course, has the inside line. But by that time, the drivers on the inside line in through Oblivion have already got the run that they need to get ahead through Crook. So, very challenging start position at the outside line in towards turn one. So, if you do find yourself on the inside, it usually is a little bit better. Speaking of being back inside, is Nicole Sutherland, who's back in the commentary box. Nicole, ready for this final. The juniors very close in the title fight, and of course for Lucian Smith now back on the fourth row of the grid, and these are sort of the positions that they were able to make throughout the qualifying heats. They were able to get into the mid-pack. Now that they're in the mid-pack, do you reckon they could get to the front and push?
Yeah, with the way that this track is sort of laid out, with the setup of things and how many overtaking opportunities actually exist, it's not impossible, definitely not. And I think we're going to have a fight on our hands for this first final of the weekend. Of course, so far, winners of the junior category, we had Louis Radcliffe and Colby Patterson out Silverstone. Then we had Radcliffe and Nuvolini at PFI. And then it was 2 out of 2 for Lucian Smith. So we're looking for potentially some brand new winners, because we've got Max Boshoff and Sukmani Kira on that front row. Neither have taken final wins, but both have been in the business end of your field so far today. And for Sugars, she's going to be giving it everything, because of course a championship title is on the line for this one. But it could be anybody's game. You know, this is a slightly smaller field. We've only got 14 juniors in total. So actually, I wouldn't count out any name.
No, indeed. All of these drivers have got a great shot at this one. The question remains, though, how are those LeCont tyres feeling out there, of course, because 2 full heats, tough racing, but now a full final to negotiate here. Their longest race of the weekend now, as we get ready for 15 laps of this first final of the weekend, the first junior final of the weekend as well. Here's your full starting lineup. Sukmani Kira will start it on pole position. Another great starting place to see if she can take her first final win of the season. The same question could be said for Max Boshoff. He joins alongside Colby Patterson and Leo Livings. They take row number 2. There we'll see Ava Lawrence and Harry Radcliffe on row number 3, with Lucian Smith and Louis Radcliffe rounding out the top 8 on row number 4.
Jonas Pundis joins us for the first time then this year, and he's starting alongside Andy Stewart, who has achieved a podium, but that was out at PFI. Row number 6 then, it's Johnston Stewart, the younger of the Stewart sibling duo, and he's starting alongside Devon Titz of Germany and Mercedes. Row number 7, your final row of 14 juniors in total. Ollie Brunt will start alongside Cecil Court to round out your field first final of the weekend. Very busy qualifying heats, so we know that we can expect to see more of the same throughout this one, especially considering 2 of your quickest in your field, both Louis Radcliffe and Lucian Smith, are starting now from that mid-pack. That's going to light things up even more, and that's going to test the drivers ahead. Formation laps well underway. We then head over to the boots, where the grid will be slowed down by Sukmani Kira and Max Boshoff at start, and then we'll get absolutely barreling speed into Oblivion.
Moments away from starting this race now, and for Sukmani Kira, this could be her best shot so far to see if she can come away with that final win. She missed out in Lark Hall after starting on pole position. Could it happen here at Whilton Mill? As we enter the tram lines, are we racing? The answer is no. They're going around again. And I think it was that same thing that we saw earlier on, that speed, just that little bit too fast.
Yeah, a little bit quick there on the power for your front row, and I'm not sure whether or not Boshoff was a little bit ahead of Sukmani Kira from our cameras. Couldn't quite work it out, but he was very fast out of that final corner. So third formation lap for these drivers. We have had false starts from our junior field earlier on. This is not new. They know how to file themselves back in on that extra opportunity. And now Sugars will slow the field down even more so through the boots. These drivers are all out there. We've got all 14. Everybody is in that position that we should see them from. No early stage drama for anybody, and we'll be leaving all of that to the 15 laps that we will be seeing from them. Okay, and Junior, final one of the weekend yet to show to us.
Round the final corner then, back into the tram lines. Take two for the juniors, and this time it's good. We're racing, and it's a great start again for the inside line. And once more, Boshoff has just lost out on a couple of places there. He's down to third, not what he wanted from the front of the grid, and he knows the pace is there. This weekend, down the inside, Livings also losing out on a spot there. So this has helped out Patterson. This has helped out Ava Lawrence, who have gained places here. Boshoff down the inside. Reed takes second place, and that is exactly what he needs. He gets back past Patterson, and now they will have to try and think, what can they do to try and take Sukmani Kira's P1 away? If they can do that, Livings as well, also getting that move done past Lawrence, back into those positions, but you can still see the fight is most definitely on at this point. Out of the final turn and over the start-finish line. It's Kira from Boshoff, Patterson from Smith, Livings from Lawrence, Louis Radcliffe that is, rounding out the top 7.
So Boshoff out there
Smith
putting Kira under a microscope to try and hunt down a slight mistake or hunt down an opportunity where he can find his way through. Lucian Smith now down the inside. He's now got into third and has got past Colby Patterson. As then the fight between Ava Lawrence and Leo Livings is here on your screen as we head down towards Ogiers. Of course, for Ava Lawrence, she's trying to look at a first podium of the year within your junior field. Through the boots. Out in the front, it's Kira's game to hold on to. This is her race to lose, and championship-wise, as it currently stands, it is her standing order that she owns, and it is hers to lose when it comes to those intermediate classification points also. Through Oblivion, runs wide there slightly, could look to give Boshoff the position.
Here we go.
And Boshoff takes it through Christmas, and here comes Smith. Smith gets the job done too.
There we go. The pressure this final is just catching up here now. And of course, we spoke about those tyres earlier on. Were we seeing these drivers fall back because they were saving the tyres for this final? Are we seeing that come into play? As Patterson, that's a huge send down the inside into Ogiers. And Kira now down to fourth place. And you can see Ava Lawrence there now wanting to have a chance at a position gain here. It's not over at the front end either, though. Boshoff and Smith are absolutely line astern. Here we go then. Smith on the outside line. He may have started today's racing at the back of the grid, but he is fighting to put his name back at the top end of it, but he can't get that move done. Boshoff holds a tighter line. Here's Smith later on the brakes. Lucian Smith leads the final on lap number 4 of 15 after qualifying at the back of the grid. Here's Sukmani Kira back into play. Patterson there as well on the outside line. Is going to try and carry it through. Boshoff gets back through as well. Ava Lawrence now with a chance. Here's Leo Livings. Can he get a nose down the inside as well? The answer to that is no. He has to slot back in behind as he goes wheel to wheel now with Jonas Pundis, who gets the up and under, switches to the inside of the boot and takes that one away as well. Beautifully done, beautifully timed. And all the meanwhile, Lucian Smith has been able to open up a half a second lead, but Sukmani Kira is starting to close that gap up. Once more is off the road, goes Jonas Pundis, and that's Colby Patterson into the wall. Colby Patterson is out of this final. Contact with the barrier out of the exit of Crook. He will go no further.
Patterson now is no longer a threat to the drivers around, like Ratcliffe, like Ava Lawrence. Ratcliffe was the driver who went in on Leo Livings through the boot, so he's now back into the business end of your order after, just like Lucian Smith, in time qualifying, did not put in a time. He was disqualified when we headed into the early stages of this weekend, but he's now looking on sharply at a top 5. Here comes other drivers in the background. 2 of your drivers who race out in Europe, Devin Titz and Jonas Pundis, 2 of your drivers who have not completed every single round and are now looking at one of the more experienced drivers within UK racing, Andy Stewart, just ahead. No overtakes just yet into Christmas. Everybody settling back down. The fight is on between Lucian Smith and Sukhmani Kira, not on the circuit, but when it comes to the pace and when it becomes to your virtual championship, because Smith, as it currently stands, as he currently sits, he has closed back in points-wise to Sugars. It was 15 points that separated them previous to this race. Now Smith has closed back in, and it's only 9 that is the gap between those two drivers, as 9/10 now exist between them on the road.
Go over that line once more. Ava Lawrence holding firm here against the likes of Lou Radcliffe, who himself has not managed to get that nose down the inside just yet. We'll keep a close eye on that battle as they head out of Inkermans down into Ashby. Very sideways there, under braking from Lawrence, trying to brake as late as she possibly can here, try and carry their speed out. And Harry Radcliffe now, the fastest driver out on the circuit, is actually in that second battle just behind this one. Kira's gap to Smith, well, that's holding at 0.8 of a second as it stands. They'll cross the line now. What will that gap be? 9/10. Kira is losing touch of Smith. Boshoff now starting to close back in with this fight just behind, still raging on.
So this could be a best final result to date for Ava Lawrence, but she's got to fend off a big driver behind her. She's got to fend off a final winner. It was Ratcliffe's game in Silverstone on that first day. He took the first big win of the year out of all of your juniors, and now Ava Lawrence will probably be driving round considering that. For the time being, she's doing a good job to fend him off. She's doing a good job to hold him off, considering the fact she's not even gone defensive just yet within this final. She's just racing round on that racing line, over the curb, through that final corner, the newest corner on this track that was put in 2024, and to some of this field is a brand new challenge. Out of oblivion, these two still locked together in battle, but not locked together in that previous position, because down the inside, Ratcliffe now takes it, and he takes it away from Ava Lawrence.
Yeah, had to wait until they were past the green flag there, up into Christmas Corner. Of course, there is still a yellow flag down into turn 1. That is for Patterson's kart that I think is still positioned in an unsafe manner at the moment, and the marshals wanting to try and clear that, which I think they have now done. So we'll have to wait and see when they go through here. Are we still going to see yellow flags? And no, they are now tucked away, which is good to see. It means they can race on now over that start-finish line. So Smith and Kira still 9/10 of a second. Boshoff there in third from Ratcliffe now, who's holding on to 4th place. Lou Radcliffe, that is. Ava Lawrence still holding on to a P5 position. Harry Radcliffe there in P6 from Livings. Darren Titt still holding on to 8th place from Jonas Pundis. Johnson Stewart from Ollie Brunt. Andy Stewart from Cecil Courts, and of course the one retirement from Colby Patterson so far in this one. Lou Radcliffe now, he's cleared Ava Lawrence here, starting to find some purple sectors now. Could we see Radcliffe on Boshoff over the next few laps?
Do you know what? I don't think it's a silly question at all, because he's looking very, very quick. And he's also progressing throughout your championship standings as well. Within this race alone, he is now into P4. It's, around about 100 points away from P3 from Colby Patterson. So, top 3 within your championship for Louis Radcliffe. Maybe it's a bit ambitious, but he is now promoting himself up the order, and he is now going fastest. So that pace that he is carrying, looking very strong indeed. But also is the pace from Boshoff. Boshoff is also pushing now. You don't count him out when it comes to things, because he is now on the tail of Sukhmani Kira, who is 7/10 behind Lucian Smith. So Lucian Smith now settled and relaxed out there as we head out of the final corner and close into the later stages of this race. Boshoff on the limit, all over that exit curb to run plenty of speed into oblivion, in towards Crook, or a little bit sideways there on the rear of the kart. But he's looking very good now in this stage of the race. Late stages, more difficult stages of the race for these drivers. This is when that fitness really comes into things, especially around a circuit that is so bumpy.
Indeed. Well, now we're looking at Sukhmani Kira here. It's just set the fastest lap of the race. It's got that gap down from 9/10 down to 6/10. Is that going to be the case when they go across the line now? Well, through this sector, it goes back up to 7/10 here. Was it just a one lap fluke for that fastest time, or is the pace starting to pick up here from the drivers behind? They go over the line now, and just a fraction slower there was Kira on Smith, so maybe just a really strong lap as Boshoff there looked really quite untidy through Oblivion and Crook then.
You know, Boshoff was reeling in Sukmani Kira over the previous couple of laps, but it's almost as if she's realised that she's probably been signalled that by mechanic Jono on the sidelines to say, okay, pick it up, pick up some pace, push a little bit harder now because you're being chased and you are being caught. Talking of being caught, here's Ava Lawrence now being reeled in by Harry Ratcliffe. Lawrence could find herself in some pressure and under a bit of threat very soon because Ratcliffe has really started to hunt down and to find some prey on the horizon through the final sequence of corners. What is the gap between Lawrence and Harry Ratcliffe now pace-wise? Ratcliffe is ever so slightly faster than the Aston Martin Young Junior driver just ahead of him. I would say the battle there for that P5 is very shortly going to be on, as we've only got a couple of laps left to go here now. Anthony, Lucian Smith, however, that race gap between your leader and P2 of Sugars is actually being caught and is being shortened.
Yeah, once again, down to just 0.5 of a second now for the lead battle. Some good fighting going on at the back of the field now. Louis Radcliffe under a warning flag now. We'll need to watch out for those track limits. That'll be, of course, through the chicane. There, that's the other Radcliffe now. We'll see one of those flags, I'm sure. Right, on to the last lap. Well, as quickly as we say, the gap was down to half a second. It's back up to 0.6 now here. Sukmani Kira has tried everything she can to try and close this gap. But Louis Radcliffe, just on this final few moments here, setting another fastest lap of the race, is trying to break away once more and is doing a superb job of it. For Lucian Smith, he had a perfect, near perfect scoring weekend out in Larkhall. He's going to start it strong in the final here at Whilton Mill in round 4. He will retake some championship points. He closes the gap back up to only 8 points. He crosses the line and takes the final win. And the championship fight is still alive going into Sunday's racing in the junior category. Lucian Smith, after qualifying at the back of the grid from not setting a time, finds himself winning the final at the end of Saturday's racing. Sukmani Kira has to wait that little bit longer to see if she can take her first final win of the season, but the consistency has been there. She still leads the championship standings with 409 points compared to Lucian Smith's 401 points. 8 points separate the top two going into tomorrow. That will be one to watch. Max Boshoff will take P3. Incredible drive there for the South African. Louis Radcliffe will finish 4th on a 4-place gain. Ava Lawrence 5th from Harry Radcliffe. Leo Livings from Devon Tits. Jonas Pundis from Johnson Stewart, who will round out the top 10. Andy Stewart from Ollie Brunt. Cecil Courts rounding out the field of finishers. Colby Patterson, the one and only retirement in that race. Now, of course, Lucian Smith had to gain 6th place in this one. Is his nose cone good? There is Dave Hillary. It's not good. Lucian Smith, it's a nose cone penalty for your final winner, and that will be a 5-second time penalty to which he cannot dispute. And that means then, if I didn't see if the number 31 of Sukmani Kira's was good, I didn't see that. But if it is, Sukmani Kira may have just inherited her first final win of the 2026 season. And for Lucian Smith, is that the case there? And I think it is. I think the body language said it all. And Dave Hillary, of course, going past and checking those nose cones, will have seen this one. The bracket has dropped, and that would be an astronomical moment there. And that is always the challenge of trying to push through the field. This was those highlights, and well, it was a great start for the front runners here. Patterson was able to, of course, get up into second place at the very start. Did drop down to third at one point in the early phase of that race. Devon Titz with the moves. This was Lucian Smith with the moments through the lap, as Boshoff would be the first to try and take that lead away from Sukmani Kira. Did successfully do so. Smith able to go through as well. While this was happening, though, Patterson just behind. Not sure what had happened. It wasn't on this lap. It was a bit later on in the session. You can see it was on the outside here. Ava Lawrence able to get her nose down the inside. Leah Livings trying to do the same. I believe it was this lap here for them as they would exit through. There's Patterson. Oh, a lick of oversteer. An absolute lick of oversteer behind Ava Lawrence. I don't think there was any contact made between the two of them. It's just the back end just lost the back end there and unfortunately understeered straight then into the barriers. That's a surefire way to end your final. And, a big shame for Patterson. The race went on, simmered down for a moment after that as we were seeing gaps starting to close in here and there. We saw this fight battle away. Harry Radcliffe thought he was going to close in for that change of the front. There was a moment for Max Boshoff just with Louis Radcliffe there. Very close indeed. Over the line though, Lucian Smith would take the checkered flag. However, we do believe a nose cone penalty has gone out there to Lucian Smith, the race winner, which would promote Sukmani Kira to the race win. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland, who might know a little bit more.
Ready? Certainly do then, Anthony. It is the case that Lucian Smith has got a 5-second time penalty for a nose cone, and it is the case that Sukmani Kira takes her first big win of the year across any category and championship that she is racing within. Sugars, good race there for you. Sometimes drivers, you know, inheriting a win isn't completely what they want, but a win's a win, and this is points on the board for you, right?
Yeah. I mean, I dropped off a little bit in the middle because I made a mistake in the first two corners, but I think I stayed like a similar gap to Lucian, but it's just unlucky that he had a bumper. But I think I'm in the lead for championship points now, which is good, leading for tomorrow.
And, you know, talking tomorrow, it will be a big moment for you. But today it's a celebration on the podium. For you as a driver, when you're considering a championship, you're considering those points, to know that you've rounded out your day with a win, does that boost you in confidence, or does it make you a bit more nervous now that you are the leader and you're the one with it to lose?
No, I think it gives me a lot more confidence. I've managed to get a clean sweep for today, and I just need to focus on what I can do tomorrow and make sure I get some rest so I can do the best I can.
Sukmani, great job today. Congratulations. That's Sukmani Kira, your first final winner of the day. Next, we try and find our second, but over in our Mini 60 class.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland in Parc Ferme. Confirmation then. A nose cone penalty for Lucian Smith does promote Sukmani Kira to her first ever final win, granted by a technicality, but the results are there, and tomorrow can be a new day for the field of juniors. But as mentioned, we will cut our attention over to the Mini 60 category. That is getting themselves ready to go for their last race of the day. A very busy day nonetheless for the Mini 60, which of course we'll see Chester Fawkes on that pole position spot. Yoshiska promoted to the front row of the grid. Bodie Batch promoted to the second row of the grid, right behind Fawkes, his championship rival. Benjamin Savard as well on that second row of the grid, and all these drivers here hoping for the very best in this final, but their longest race of the weekend as well. 13 laps ahead of this one, as they are moments away from heading out onto the track. Now, their race start time is at 3:30, so they are only 6 or so minutes away from that, so I can imagine they'll be heading out onto the grid very, very soon for the drivers. There you can see the other side of the grid getting themselves primed and ready. The 852 machine, Josh Hushka, ready to go for this race as music starts. Drivers making their way out onto the track. Pressure starts to build here for Mini 60 as from one of the tallest drivers on the grid to one of the smallest drivers on the grid there. Benjamin Slavar just going through. He is priming himself ready. Let's see what he can achieve starting on that second row of the grid. Certainly can't rule that young man out. Neither the driver just behind him. Freddie Walker also showing what he can do from that third row of the grid. Pressure is really to start to build. We'll have Nicole Sutherland down on that grid very, very soon, I am sure. And to a point where I think she's probably already there. But action is already on here, and of course there's some new drivers who are joining us here. Back on the grid for them, but really showcasing what they can achieve. Really good pace for them. Amelia Hay joining, and of course Rafiwa Mwabi also joining on the back of the grid. Zach Boshoff as well, Archie Gupta. The Boshoff name, of course, very familiar. Archie Gupta has been with us for the season, but Zach Boshoff joining as well on that fifth row of the grid. Right, let's head down to the grid now with Nicole Sutherland, who is ready.
Can tell you much more indeed then, Anthony. Down here on the grid, second grid walk of the day, grid of our youngest drivers here, the mini 60s, and we're starting on our front row with Chester Fawkes. Chester, 2 qualifying heat wins for you. That has been the case through every category that the drivers have taken 2 out of 2. Yourself, Whitcomb, Sukmani, Kira. Sugar's just won the final, so clean sweep. Reckon you're in store for a clean sweep as well?
Yeah, I think I can go for one. I've had good pace. I dropped back in that last one, but I was able to come back through. So, yeah, I think I can win.
And Chester, in the background, I've just noticed that Grandpa Jeff has literally got the best seat in the house. He's sat right there. For you, Chester, coming from a racing family, you know, your family are involved in karting, in Porsche, you've got background in stock cars. How does that maybe boost you as a driver? Do you think you've got a better understanding of things and about the mechanics of the car as well?
Yeah, my whole family's kind of involved in racing or oval racing, so stuff like that. So, yeah, I've sort of got that in my genetics, so.
Well, we'll see what your genetics bring you today. We'll see if you can get another final win, Chester. Good luck for this one. That's Chester Fawkes, who's starting alongside Joss Hushka. Joss, I've known you now for probably, I don't know, maybe 5 years or so. Every single time I see you, you get taller. You're now like almost as tall as I am. For you as a driver, when you're in Mini 60, do you feel any disadvantage in the grid? We saw you with Benjamin Slavar in the previous qualifying heat. Bit of a difference between you guys. Did you feel any disadvantage driving around this track specifically?
Yeah, of course, because I'm a lot taller, it's going to make it so I have to put my head down. So I have to get more aerodynamic and lean more down, but it's been quite rough, and of course I'm leaning out the kart, so it could be just grip rolling quite a lot of places, but it's not that bad.
And just for you this year, you had some moments at Larkhall where you really looked strong. You crossed the line, you're in good position, but post-race penalty took a result away for you. For this final weekend, win on the cards, would you say? Do you reckon you've got it in the bag?
Well, at Larkhall I did start off the pace a lot, but now I was back on the pace and won. So I think just try, repeat that, and hopefully come second in the championship.
Well, Joss, see what it brings you then. That's Joss Hushka starting from your front row, just ahead of Benjamin Slavar. Benjamin, good to see you as always. I'm going to crouch down. Benjamin, this track for you, really good track. You've had actually some big wins here before. Feeling confident going into this one?
Yeah.
Confidence, why? What is it about this track that makes you so fast?
Well, I've been here a lot, and I think maybe I've got a bit of more advantage because I'm smaller.
Well, Benjamin, we'll see what that brings you. Good luck for this one. That is Benjamin Slavar, second row of things, second row alongside Bodie Batch. Bodie, pull you over. First question for you. We didn't see you yesterday in testing, so going into today was naturally going to be a little bit harder compared to some of the drivers around you. How have you felt that so far? Because actually, you're not a million miles away. You're on the second row.
We're not a million miles away, no, but it has been quite a big challenge to get used to driving a Mini 60 around Whilton Mill, because obviously I don't normally drive this around here. And yeah, it was just really hard to adapt from Europe to England as well.
And Bodie, for you normally as well, you've got Riley Cranham with you as a coach. Riley was out at Larkle, not here this weekend. I think, is he busy maybe Donington, or is he busy doing his own thing? But for you as a younger driver this year, learning off somebody that's got so much experience around a track like this as well, because Riley's won big things. What are you maybe telling yourself that he would maybe tell you throughout these laps?
That you just need to keep cool head and focus on going forward and don't lose your rhythm.
Bodie, good to catch up with you as always. Maybe another final win is on the cards, of course, at PFI. It was on Saturday that Bodie took one of those. Further back in the field, we've got Freddie Walker in the fight. We've got Noah Cronje as well. Noah took a final win. That was out at Larkle. We'll just catch up with him very, very quickly as our final interview for Mini 60. Noah, Larkle, Sunday was a really good day for you. Big win for you. This circuit, similarities, would you say, to Larkle?
It's very bumpy, but I still think it's very similar.
And Noah, going into this race, you know, trying to get up there, overtaking opportunities, there's plenty of those. But the heats, what have you maybe learnt during these heats that you're going to now really try and use in this final race?
I think we must try and attack quicker and just defend.
Noah, good luck for this one. We'll see if a second final win is on the cards. That's Noah Cronje. Mini 60 grid ends, of course, at the back with some of our newer drivers into the field, like Amelia Hay. 3-minute borders, long gone. I've taken a little bit too long on this walk, but we wanted to catch up with our field. And now I'll head back to Anthony Jordan in your commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, just about a minute or so to go before this race gets underway, and you can see there the last few drivers just waiting to take their seats into the machines, and two of them being the drivers who are starting right at the front of the field for this one. Of course, Chester Fawkes and Bodie Batch there just waiting to get seated. The same for Josh Huschka, also just getting seated now. 1-minute board going out, so not far away indeed. Again, hard to pinpoint what could happen on this one, because Bodie Batch, of course, who is part of that title fight in the under-10 category, of course. He's leading that one, but of course he's second overall behind Chester Fawkes. Now, Fawkes, of course, gaining even more points going into this one, taking the pole position. But Bodie Batch now sitting directly behind him at the start of this race, versus having a kart in between them, because Batch was starting row 3 earlier on. This could spell for a different style of race, because no one seemingly seems to have been able to keep up with Chester Fawkes over the course of this weekend.
No, not just yet, but of course for these drivers, I think you always sort of mentality-wise find something a little bit extra in a final, knowing that this is your last chance of the day. It's really time for our drivers to dig deep, see what else they can find in the bag, and see what else they can put out there on the track. Mini 60s then, away we go.
Here's your starting lineup then for their last race of the day. Chester Fawkes and Josh Huschka, they take row number 1. Bodie Batch and Benjamin Slamar, they take row number 2. Noah Cronje will join Freddie Walker on that third row of the grid and the first half of the field.
Row number 4 is owned by Max Varich and Chloe McGill, and your 5th row is Zach Boshoff alongside India's Arshi Gupta. Row number 6 we have Rafiwa Ndwabi alongside Amelia Hay, rounding out your 12 kart Mini 60 field for Saturday's final, your penultimate Mini 60 final of the year. New drivers could be found as final winners today, or we could have drivers like Bodie Batch, Noah Cronje and Chester Fawkes take their second of the year.
Well, drivers end their out lap. They'll head on to their formation lap this time around to start their final. Pressure really starting to build here for the grid. Points as it stands, Chester Fawkes sitting there 376, Batch with 286. Well, he needs to have maximum points here, Bodie Batch, and he needs to hope that Fawkes doesn't score anything here and the fight can go into tomorrow. A victory here for Fawkes would secure it going into tomorrow, and there'd be nothing Bodie Batch could do.
Yeah, for Chester, he has that sort of goal in his mind, but he's a very relaxed driver. He's not a driver you typically see lose his head. He knows that he's got a job to do, and we'll see him maybe tick that one off For Batch, similar story, and he will now look directly at the back of the helmet of his biggest competitor within field. Here they come then, your field of Mini 60 out of the final corner. The revs will raise. These drivers are prepped and ready to go. Here we go, Mini 60 through the line. Chester Fawkes leads the way. The lights are out and instantly sweeps over, holds off the field, and especially forces down Josh Hushka into P4 from second to P4, and he's now got to deal with Benjamin Schlivar. The battle, though, on your intermediate classification points goes between Bodie Batch and Chester Fawkes, and they're already glued together within this final.
They certainly are, and just behind there, Benjamin Schlivar just making a little bit of contact there. He's pushing Batch forward, but Batch will not have the inside line now. Will lose out not only 1, but 2, maybe 3 places here. He's getting swamped by the field as Josh Hushka gets up into second place. Schlivar's lost out on a fair few there. So this has really shaken things up now in this race. So right now, let's see how this falls forward for the rest of the field, because again, wheel-to-wheel banging, and that is a big moment there. And that has put Chloe McGill up 3 places and into P5.
Chloe McGill looking to push forward, and she is the second driver within this pack of karts. Out in the front, though, Josh Hushka being challenged. It's Varic who goes down the inside at Christmas, opens up the door by Bodie Batch, who's back on the redemption charge. But all whilst this has been going on, what they've done, they've released a certain championship leader. They have released Chester Fawkes.
Certainly have. Fawkes now with a 1 second advantage here from the rest of the field. Now, a gap like that can be closed in, especially if they start to work together. So Varic there just now having to deal with the drivers behind, who are themselves, well, holding firm in position. Chloe McGill now part of that, and certainly getting things involved, but Hushka still holding firm in position just ahead. So we'll keep a close eye on the rest of the field. On to lap 3 now as they climb up the hill. Look to the inside here. And that, once again, is Benjamin Schlivar on that charge forward. He's keeping everyone at bay. And there now, Ashgupta getting involved in the fight also, having to fend off these drivers behind who are all looking for a move down the inside, because there's another one. That is Zach Boshoff with the overtake. Now, just for that little cheeky look down the inside. Not close enough yet for Nwambi. He's trying to get that nose down the inside of Archie Gupta. That has not happened. Amelia Hay still down there as Noah Krunya, of course, having the biggest drama over the course of this one, all the way down in 12th place.
Yeah, and for Noah, it's not good stuff when it comes to championship points, because he has now switched positions with Josh Hushka for that 3rd in the standings, because this race has unfolded in the early stages, has unravelled and has gone a little bit wrong for the driver who, of course, took a big win out in Scotland at our previous round. Zvaric now goes fastest. He's a second away from Chester Fawkes, but he's only 2/10 ahead from, of course, Batch and Hushka, who is still right there. Interesting setup between these drivers now. What do? Do they battle? Does Batch feel that he's faster and try and get past Zvaric? Does he feel like he's being held up? Or do they work as a duo, potentially even a trio, to get to Fawkes, then to fight it out? It's 1.1 seconds that now split up your championship leader from the best of the rest, which is currently Zvaric as it stands. Watch what Batch does into Christmas. The look over the shoulder to see where Josh Hushka is potentially indicated that he thought about going for it, and he thought about splitting himself up from the driver there in 4th. But he decides actually, for the time being, to sit there. Could have gone for it there at Bashby. But again, he's just thinking against it at this stage, and is probably thinking about that gap between himself and, of course, this race leader of Chester Fawkes, which now reduces once more, and reduces this time by 2/10 of a second.
Now, we just mentioned him at the back of the grid and trying to recover back in this one, but an added 5-second time penalty going out to Noah Krunya, is not going to see a podium today. This fight, though, still goes on, and as you were pointing out, Batch not going for the overtakes here, despite the fact that he has just set a very quick time, but it's the driver ahead of him who has set the fastest time, and that may be the reason why we're not seeing this overtake from Bodie Batch. Zvaric in control, 50.002. It's a very quick time. The gap holding at 0.8 of a second, has closed in at this point. This could be the reason why.
Yeah, I would say that they're using everything they can with each other. This is tactical by Batch. There's been so many opportunities for him to go for it and go in on Zvaric, but he's thought against it, and he's thinking now about this gap. It was 0.8. Now it's just under. It's just ticked under by 0.5 over the course of this lap to go at 0.794. What does it now go? Again, it goes down here, Anthony. I think they're going to chase down. I think they are going to catch Chester Forks for this race lead.
8 wheels works better than 4, especially when you get a tow and a slipstream up into Christmas Corner. A huge benefit here. If you do not battle and do not tango with each other, you can find yourself closing massive amounts of time, and they're now going sub 50 seconds. 49.896 now for Bodie Batch sitting behind Zvaric, both of them into the 49s. That's considerably faster than Chester Forks on that previous lap. He is going to be in a spot to bother now, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board.
Bodie Batch now, warning flag, that will be for track limits, because we've not seen him touch Max Zvaric throughout the previous couple of laps. Now they're in this position. Now they're going to benefit from the tow from Chester Forks. He's got nobody in front of him to get that slipstream from. He's now completely alone. He is now under threat. We're under 0.4 of a second. The battle is going to be on. They are within lunging distance. Up to Christmas, you can just visibly see there through that back straight how much they actually close in on Chester, down towards Ashby. Forks under threat, under pressure. Zvaric is fastest. He is the sandwich in this trio. He is the quickest driver out there. Batch has been smart. He's used his head and he's thought, okay, I've suffered a little bit previous to this race. I've suffered with being on the back foot because I didn't have those laps in practice. Now, however, he's using that, thought to think, use the others around me as an advantage. Use Zvaric, let him do the hard work. Use him to get up to Chester Forks, and now that is exactly what they have done, because the time is whittled down again, and this time it's to only 0.2 of a second.
It is, and you just feel helpless in the lead. There's nothing you can do in this sort of situation as a lone race leader. The tow and the slipstream is just far too powerful on this circuit to try and break away by yourself. It may have worked out in races earlier on, but in this final, where drivers are focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's getting that #1 trophy in this race, you see these sort of situations. But it has to be Zanic that goes for the move. It can't be Batch. If Batch goes for the move on Zvaric first, they'll lose out on that time, and they may not have enough time to close that gap back up. Batch knows that the pace is here, but he has to wait for Zvaric to go for that move.
Well, I don't know here, Anthony, because I'm questioning now whether or not Zvaric is holding Batch up slightly. If Batch can maybe go for the move and then he's going to decide to go on Chester Forks, he can't sit there in third forever. Maybe he just gets to the stage, okay, you're not going for it now, you're holding me up, I'm going to have a go. That could be the question. Now they are glued together. Now they are nose to tail. It's Forks from Zvaric, from Batch. They are pushing ahead from Jos Ushka. He can only hope and pray that these three battle with each other and hold them, hold each other up, cost each other time and trip over each other for him to then get involved. It's going to be out of these three as it currently stands. Forks is still the leader of things. We've not seen an attempt. Zvaric hasn't tried to put that nose down the inside, but you could argue he's not quite been close enough just yet. The gap now goes back up slightly through that final corner between
Batch.
Look at Batch, as wide as you like. Here we go. Here's the challenge. Here's the race lead change. Zvaric has got it. Zvaric is now your #1.
Yeah, this could bring Bodie Batch back into the fight. Not sure what happened there. Didn't have any rear traction whatsoever. Lost a lot of time through Crook. But now comes back up, and now the fight is unfolded up at front. If Forks, for Forks here, he needs to fight back instantly here. He doesn't want Zvaric to break away. And of course, with him setting that fastest lap of that previous lap, he knows the pace is there. And this could certainly shake things up a little bit, especially if he can't get that move done. Out of the final turn, back over the start-finish line now. They go on to lap number 12, 11 completed. This race is nearing its conclusion, but I don't think it's over, especially even for Bodie Batch here, because now here comes Forks, here comes Batch, down the inside, nothing that Zvaric could do. The slipstream once again too powerful, and effectively a game of NASCAR gets underway. But now Fawkes goes defensive. Now this brings everyone back into play. Keep an eye on Hushka. He could close back in on this one. But for Fawkes now, he just holds on for the moment.
Controlled and composed for Chester Fawkes. You saw him drop down. You saw him stay with his head on his shoulders and keep pushing away. Got through back into this race lead. And now it's still Batch, it's still Zvaric. Batch could look to close in now. Fawkes, Batch and Zvaric, 1, 2 and 3. They have not fallen and they have not cost each other too much time. Josh Hushka can only continue to watch on and look at this one. Here we go. Chester Fawkes looks over his shoulder, jumps onto that defensive line, will hold that white line as closely as he possibly can through this final lap of racing, through this final mini 60 race of the day. Oh, there almost was an assist
and it's not
for Chester
for
Fawkes, and for Batch it goes wrong through Ashby.
That is a carbon copy of what happened to Zvaric earlier on. Too heavy on the brakes, and it stalls the engine. And that is disaster for Bodie Batch. Chester Fawkes will come away with not only a final win here, but an undefeatable level of points in the championship over the line. It is Chester Fawkes who takes the final win. Zvaric will finish second, and it will be Josh Hushka who will finish P3 over the line. Slavar will take fourth. McGill takes fifth. Batch does keep the engine going. Finishes that one P6 ahead of Walker. Boshoff from Gupta and Wambi will finish that race in P10. It's a top 10 finish for the South African in his first appearance. Amelia Hay finishes in 11th. Noah Kronya will round out the 12-car field, and with an added 5-second time penalty on board. And that is a huge moment there for Bodie Batch. A very similar thing that happened to the likes of Matt Zvaric earlier on today. But the most you can understand from that race is Chester Fawkes has been unstoppable so far today. And the young man now will find himself with a level of points that cannot be caught by any other driver in the championship standings going into tomorrow. His lead is vast as he now goes into tomorrow's racing with 426 points from Bodie Batch's 312. There is Fawkes. Job done and dusted for the day and for the season, of course, for him. Tomorrow, though, is a new day, but a calm and relaxed day for Fawkes, knowing the job is done. And this young man, champion-elect into Sunday's racing. Zvaric, a great result as well. P2 and only down by 0.4 of a second. He takes the fastest lap of the race championship point as well. A 5-place gain and an extra championship point for the matter as well. Josh Hushka does finish P3 ahead of Benjamin Slavar and Chloe McGill, who will take a P5. I think actually for Chloe McGill is her best result of the season. Nose cones, of course, have been a talking point, but I don't think it's a talking point for this final. They're just going through, seated in his kart still. Great to see him here. Rafiwa and Wambi joining us in his first appearance and coming away with a top 10 finish there at the end of that race. Here's your highlights from that final. Well, for Chester Fawkes, was able to hold on to the lead in the early phase. You saw there the drama for Noah Kronya at the start of that race. Just tumbled to the back of the grid, wasn't able to recover. So Chloe McGill certainly got her hands full because she was in the middle of a sandwich there going in towards oblivion in the early stages of that race. Zvaric able to close in, and he brought the likes of Bodie Batch for company over the course of that one. Josh Hushka, of course, also wanting to get involved in that fight, wasn't able to do so at the very end of it. This was that change for the lead. Zvaric down the inside. Later though, Forks and Batch able to close back in. They would take it through, and Batch was late on the brakes in towards the Ashby hairpin. But was he too late as the engine just grinds to a halt at the exit there? Didn't have the speed he needed, and that unfortunately would tumble him down the order. It would promote Josh Husker up to third, but Chester Forks doing everything he needs, and a thumbs up for him, knowing that the job is done this weekend and this season. But tomorrow, of course, is a new day, a new qualifying heats and finals. But for now, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, Chester Forks joins me. Chester, another final win, clean sweep. So we're seeing a trend for these drivers that have taken both heat wins to now take the final win. Chester, for you, really good job out there. And we're looking closer to a championship win as well, right?
Yeah, looking closer every step of the way. More points, more wins, help the championship out.
And for you, Chester, you weren't given that one. You were reeled in slowly. They had a hook on the back of that cart and pulled you in. For you, how do you stay composed? How do you keep your head together? Because we didn't see you crumble, and you just carried on to pick away and pluck away at that race.
Yeah, well, I didn't really look behind too much. I looked behind at the start, and then I looked behind and I saw Max was behind me, and I saw Bodie, so I knew it was going to be a scrap at the end. So he went in on me, and then the last 2 laps I went back in and then defended, and I was able to win.
Chester, congratulations, another final win this year and closer to that championship title as well. That is Chester Forks, your second final winner of the day. A third is yet to be found. Is it going to be Harrison Whitcomb? Is he going to follow on from what we've seen from Sugmani Kira and Chester Forks to take 2 qualifying heat wins and a final? We're going to very shortly find out.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland in Parc Fermé. Indeed, one more race to go of the day. It is the OKN Senior that'll be heading out onto the track next. And let's just take a look back at what's happened over the course of the day. Well, the first qualifying heat, a very busy one for the drivers behind. Only the one penalty that went out to LeCont after Eva Morris not able to take the start, but it was Whittingham from Patel and Mentier who would take the top 3 results at the end of that first qualifying heat. The second of those qualifying heats, well, it was a very similar story for the front 2. Harrison Whittingham able to take that win as well, and that's put him on pole position for this final. Mayan Patel as well will be joining him on that front row of the grid after those 2 second places, but this time it was Eva Morris who was able to take third in the race. With those slightly fresher tyres, was able to hold on to that position ahead of Lizzie Mentier, Emma Rose Dowling, LeCont and Elliot Surtees, who would round out the 7-kart field for LeCont, though. Unfortunately, another in-race time penalty, but this time gaining unfair advantage. So that's a tough run for him over the course of these races, but one final left to go. And as we mentioned, those results do put Harrison Whitcomb on pole position for this race as they prime themselves ready to go for the start of it. But as mentioned, Mayan Patel, who's been joining on that front row of the grid, has just been trying to get those starts nailed, and right now has found it a little bit more challenging from that outside line. If he can get ahead of Lizzie Mentier, who will start right behind Harrison Whitcomb, he may find himself in a pretty decent spot. There you can see the drivers now making their way out onto the circuit. Last race of the day. The last race of the weekend will be tomorrow, of course, but plenty of championship points still up for grabs for drivers here. And of course, all fighting for those main prizes here, of course, for the champion. Not only is it an entry into the World Championships later on this year, full drive with the Kart Republic machinery, and at this moment Harrison Whitcomb in line for that. Not only that, of course, but an F4 test as well, provided by Argenti, and a great prize pool there. Wildcard entry prize as well also involves an F4 test, provided by Argenti. So great run there for the wildcards. That's for drivers who have entered at least a minimum of 3 rounds over the course of the 2026 season. Could find themselves with a chance of getting a test in an F4 car as well. Let's head down to the grid, the last time today, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Last time indeed, Anthony. So last final of the day, we're starting your front row again with Harrison Whitcomb. I feel like I've said that before this year, like quite a few times at this point, and he's starting alongside Mayan Patel. We'll start with Harrison, of course. Harrison, for a young driver, you know, everybody in karting, their goal is Formula One, I think is fair to say. Drivers, you know, start in karting, then they go to F4. And for you, being a championship leader, the idea of maybe having an F4 test on the line is quite real. Is that changing anything for you when we go through this weekend?
I mean, I've wanted to test F4 for a while. I've been dying to get in one for ages. I just know I can't quite afford it. So helping getting a free F4 test day with this championship is amazing because it's been able to enable me to do my dream.
And it's not just the F4 test on the line for you, it's also an entrant potentially into the World Championships later on this year. You're a driver that's been at the Worlds. You competed in 2024 at PFI. Your experience and watching that sort of unfold, is that also lighting things up this weekend?
Yeah, I've been wanting to do the Worlds for a long time and drive on the main stage. So yeah, it'll be a great thing to do.
Well, Harrison, we'll see if you can achieve that. Of course, you're not looking bad for those dreams this weekend. Harrison then, of course, championship leader and pole sitter going into this final, and he's starting alongside Mayan Patel. Mayan, a driver that knows this circuit well indeed. Mayan, good stuff for you so far. Track itself, challenging. Bumpy is the key word, I would say, involved. For you, when you've been driving around in the OKN package particularly, what's it been like?
It's been really hard, to be fair. Yesterday I had bruises everywhere. I was hurting quite a bit. Had a good night's sleep and recharged for today, but it's just in every class really, apart from the cadets and maybe the minis, but in the juniors and seniors, especially seniors, it's quite a tug around here going around this track. So I think you just got to be ready for it.
And mine for you as well. We didn't see you at Silverstone or PFI. You joined us at Larcourt and now you've joined us again at the final round. Really good to have you in the grid. Of course, you look like you enjoyed Larcourt. What's brought you back? What is it about Champions of the Future, Academy Series, UK Series that has pulled you back into the grid?
Yeah, I mean, we went for Larcourt because we were doing the Podium FIA race, so we wanted to test the OKN engine. And then in Larcourt, we really liked the championship. We thought it was really well run, and you know, everyone's on fair, equal equipment. So I think we came back again. You know, seasons ending in pretty much every championship. So we thought we might as well give it a go, and it's a good championship to be in.
Great to hear you and see you again, Mayan. That's Mayan Patel starting from P2. We then head further back to Lizzie Mentier and Emma Rose Dowling. Emma is a constant feature in the Champions of the Future Academy programme. You know, this year she's in the UK Series. We've seen Emma appear in the International Series as well. Emma, hello. Good to see. Whoa, almost. We've not raced yet. Hang on. Whoa, whoa. Emma, you're clearly excited. You've just shown us. This race, you know, we're finishing our race in our year in dry conditions. When we started things at Silverstone, you were jumping up and down on the grid because you were that cold. Track, dry conditions that I think you suit, you enjoy, and also a circuit that you've raced on quite a lot, right?
Yeah. I do enjoy the circuit. It feels a bit different from a road tax, what I normally drive around here. It's quite bumpy, but I'm enjoying it.
And for you, of course, the other drivers that are part of the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive initiative have achieved a P2 this year. Both Eva and Lizzie have done that. For you, would you say there's a little bit of a hidden goal this weekend for you to try and replicate that as well? Or maybe even do one better?
Hopefully we can get on the podium these finals. We have 2 more left, so just keep pushing.
2 more opportunities, Emma. We'll see you maybe on that podium later on today. And of course tomorrow as well, because 2 separate days of racing for our fields. We then head to our back row and we've got Laith Khan. Laith, I'm going to pull you over. Laith, 2 5-second penalties in racing today. You know, for you, track limits has been one of those that's caught you out, of course, at the start as well. As a driver, that then you've got to really put something together in the final opportunity. How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not stressed out or anything. I know I made a couple of mistakes in the heats. Didn't really have the pace either. Yeah, for the track limits penalty, I didn't even know I was hitting it. Just the front left bumper, nose cone, kept tapping it. And yeah, for the first one, I wasn't aware that I had to leave a bit of a gap. But yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. I just have to get on with it and just finish the job.
And similar question to what I just asked Maya, and of course you guys joined at Larkhall, now you're back at the last round. What's pulled you back into the field? What is it that you've really enjoyed about this series?
I think I like how it's equal engines, equal karts. I like the race format. It's very chilled out. Everyone's in the same morning. I find it very enjoyable.
Laith, let's watch you enjoy this last race of the day. That is Laith Khan starting from one of your back rows. Now I'm just going to quickly zigzag. I'm just going to head up this way very, very quickly to chat to Eva Morris. Eva, good to see you, of course. Eva, first qualifying heat, maybe not to talk about some bad stuff again, but what happened there for you? Because you got back into things in the second heat, and that's why you're not starting right at the back. But what actually went on? Because we are very interested to know.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake. It was obviously like a fast lap to get your tyres warm, and they slowed it down a lot more. I wasn't expecting it. Broke hard and then just spun round. Unfortunately, that happens in these karts, and then when you spin, you stop.
Well, Eva, good luck for this final. One more opportunity today, but not the last opportunity of this weekend. It's going to be a fiery race. We're going to watch on at Harrison Whitcomb starting from that pole position. Is he going to continue on this sweep of final wins that we've seen from him this year? Is he going to take yet another, or is somebody else going to get in the mix? We will be very shortly finding out as we now head back to our commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Well, yeah, that is the ultimate question, isn't it? We've had, so far this season, 6 finals. Harrison Whittingham has taken 6 of those wins. As we were chatting there to Emma Dowling, confirming that there is 2 left to go, this being one of them, tomorrow being another. Could we see a driver take that tally win away? At this moment, Whittingham is champion-elect going into tomorrow. This final will just cement that even further, but he's in a really strong position ahead of the rest of the field. Mayan Patel, however, has been showing some really strong speed here, and in fact, over the 2 qualifying heats we saw earlier on today, he was the faster of the 2 drivers. He had got those fastest laps. If he can do a similar thing in this one, can he keep up with Whittingham? Can he ultimately take that position away? That is the question, and we will have to wait and find out what that answer is, though. The yellow light will be flashing there in a few seconds' time, indicating 30 seconds before we start the race, and you can see that by that very handy timer on the side of the screen. But of course, that now disappears now ahead of this one. Pressure is on here for the field. Like we say, for Mayan Patel, great positioning here. Emma Rose Dowling as well could do something. Lizzie Mentier as well could find herself in a really strong position in terms of the season so far. In those finals, of course, it has been Harrison Whittingham taking those results. Lizzie Mentier has had second places over the course of 3 in total, of course, 2 out at Silverstone, 1 out in Larkhall as well. Other drivers who have had good results as well, 3rd places, very strong positions as well for Barham, who we've not seen again since Silverstone, and many other drivers as well. Right then, engines fire up, drivers make their way out to the circuit. Here's your final grid then for the last race of the day. Harrison Whittingham joins Mayan Patel on the front row of the grid. Lizzie Mentier joins Emma Dowling on row 2. Eva Morris and Laith Khan take row number 3. Final row being Elliot Surtees on that 4th row of the grid. Sorry, Nicole, again, I did the whole grid there by accident, but you are back.
Yeah, great job.
Thanks.
Really, yeah.
I did it. Thank you.
Really proud.
Thank you, Nicole. The sarcasm level is so high.
We spent so much time together this year.
Too much. There we go. It's only a little bit left.
5 races?
I think, but you're only going to get to see me for 3 of those.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so you're going to be all on your Todd for a lot of them. I will still be there in your ear, but yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. It's all right, I can mute you.
You'll survive. Right, drivers finish their out laps now. They go on to their formation laps, and yeah, this is going to be an exciting one, I think, for these drivers. Of course, for Harrison, nothing really he needs to lose on this one. The points are there now. He's champion-elect going into tomorrow. The gap is far too extensive now with the points that are remaining to really do anything. But of course, you can still never say never. We wait and see until what happens tomorrow. But for Whittingham, this last race of the weekend, I'm sure, will be a smooth ride like it has been for the rest of the season. But we wait and see. Into the final corner then. It is the senior final. It is moments away from starting. Can Patel get that nose to the inside line into oblivion? We're racing towards turn 1. The answer to that inside line is yes. Mayan Patel holds on to second place, and that is the most crucial thing he needed over the course of today, but he locks up, and the pressure was too much for Mayan Patel. He's off the road and out of the final from a lock-up at the rear axle, and that is absolutely disaster for him. And that is a huge moment. It releases Whittingham at the front of the field. Mentier into second place. And it's Eva Morris now fighting for that second place as she sends it down the inside into the boot on the opening lap here. It is now Whittingham who leads from Eva Morris. Lizzie Mentier holding on to third, but for how much longer? Because she's under pressure from LeCont, who's all over the rear bumper.
Whittingham has already been released out there as they drive past now the carts of Mayan Patel that is being dragged from Christmas. Was it self-inflicted or was it assisted from Mayan Patel? He was in that swarm of carts. There was himself, Lizzie Mentier, Eva Morris going into the corner. The lock-up, of course, on the rear where it was spun round from him did exist. It's down the inside. That's a change between LeCont there and Lizzie Mentier. And that is the switch for P3. That will release Eva Morris even further and light up the battle between Emma Rose Dowling and Mentier once more. Through the final chicane there will go Elliot Surtees, not too far away as wow, that is wide as you like for Emma Rose Dowling, absolutely all over the exit curb.
And that is a hefty exit curb as well. I certainly wouldn't want to run wide on it. Right, here's a moment here. So just a lock-up. It's just an absolute lock-up there into Christmas corner. Did he drop a wheel on the grass? But it looked like he'd locked up before that. Now, was that mechanical or was that just too heavy on the brakes into it? I mean, pressure was there, but yeah, it's a really tough one.
Yeah, we can't quite confirm at this stage, but what we can guarantee is that Mayan Patel will have to sit there in the marshal post and just watch around at the rest of the field continue to circulate. Watch on at Harrison Whittingham extend his gap out there. It's now 1.5 seconds that the driver, the championship leader, has got to play with out of the first couple of corners. Still, this goes on for Lizzie Mentier and Emma Rose Dowling. Both drivers have had good results, but Dowling has been the faster of the pair out of both Silverstone and PFI, and then, of course, out at Larkhall as well. Points. Whittingham continues with the pace and with the positions. It's now 528 to his name. Lizzie Mentier is down in P2, 376. What a number to be able to say that Whittingham has got, and we're not even done and dusted for the championship just yet. We've still got tomorrow left to go.
Yeah, indeed. That is a astronomical point advantage for Whittingham, who at the end of this one will become champion-elect. And this fight's not over yet. And Mentier and Dowling, well, they've been a common battle over the course of this season and this weekend. These two locked in battle over the course of this weekend, and certainly going to be doing the same over the course of this next few laps. Of course, this being the longest race of the weekend in its entirety. 17 laps as Whittingham seeing a warning flag. Now, he does need to be careful. Yes, you're at the front. Yes, you're pushing. Don't get too many track limits, because then you start with getting penalties, and that's the last thing that Harrison Whittingham would want.
Yeah, absolutely so. We've seen him take, you know, some quite impressive final wins so far. He does not, however, want to reduce the gap that he has got, because if he was to find himself with 5 seconds, he would actually lose this to Eva Morris. Whittingham now goes fastest, so he's showing that, you know, he's still pushing and he's still got the pace, despite, you know, reeling it in slightly when it comes to those track limits and, you know, pulling reins in slightly for Whittingham out there, with still eyes locked on this fight between Mentier and Emma Rose Dowling. Dowling, however, not deciding to go for it just yet. challenging track for our drivers. Of course, you've just seen them exit out of the final corner, out of Pitts Bend as well, where this part of the circuit, big curbs are taken. It's a bumpy track. These drivers are all over the exit curbs, like Emma Rosedowling has just perfectly demonstrated for me. But this is a circuit that, you know, actually invites in a lot of big drivers in the world of motorsport to stay kart fit, to really challenge themselves. You know, Kimi Antonelli over the winter did some testing round here to stay sharp, to stay focused, to stay fit as well, because it's a challenger of a track. That's what you're seeing for these drivers. You know, Carlos Sainz, when it was the COVID days, he did plenty of laps around here because it is that difficult, and it really does highlight who has got it.
Yeah, indeed. And usually you'd find them all maybe running in a KZ kart or a gearbox kart as they go out, because of course then it's a lot faster, it's a lot more demanding, and it's a lot more physical on a driver. Doesn't matter if of course you're running on a direct drive, because they do feel very similar, but a few aspects that are slightly different to the drivers. Whittingham again, fastest lap of the race, 44.809. Very quick speed indeed as they get themselves squared away around this one. But all these drivers here focusing on one thing. We still watch this battle here. Mentier and Dowling look like they're closing up on LeCont at this moment.
Yeah, at this stage, so LeCont has learned from the mistakes he's made previously when it comes to those track limits. We saw 2 5-second penalties for him. One was for not leaving the gap in front at a race start. The second was for running over things. Now he's more settled. Now he's not making those same mistakes, but he is now being closed in on by both Mentier and Emma Rosedowling. We've not seen Dowling try and attempt to put the nose down the inside of the previous Alpine race her programme driver, but we are seeing her actually now push and now edge closer to Khan. 3-kart battle could be on shortly for the last spot on the podium, where we have invited both Mentier and Dowling onto in previous rounds. Mentier, that was the case out at LeCont. For Emma, that was at PFI. Now we get closer. Pace between these three drivers. Just looking at my timing screens. Yeah, so Lizzie Mentier and Emma Rosedowling over the previous couple of laps were almost identical. Dowling's now fallen short ever so slightly, but Mentier's now gone fastest. I've just cursed him. I've just done a commentator's curse. Oh my word.
Again, a 5-second time penalty for LeCont in the race, and I can only say, because he obviously he's been by himself, it has to be for track limits. Has he just been clipping that curb, the flip-flops into that final chicane too many times? They were told about it in the driver's briefing. You cannot hit it too many times, and as they go through there, it just looks so close. From that camera angle, it's hard to tell. But of course, they've got a dedicated camera solely looking at those flip-flops, and they will see if they move at all. And of course, unfortunately for LeCont, that's just another podium that's going to be snatched out of his hands.
Yeah, these drivers really try and straighten the run through that final chicane, so they keep things nice and straight. They jump over the curb, then they hit that flip-flop. It was put in to stop these drivers, you know, getting too cheeky with those track limits. But it's one of those, you absolutely can't deny it. You know, there is no arguing that you've hit the flip-flop. It's very obvious. Like you said, there is dedicated shots of that for these drivers. For Khan, he won't be able to argue it. It's a 5-second, and that is quite literally it. Out of the final corner. This time, trouble for Elliot Surtees. Surtees, now 5-second time penalty, is, however, right down there by himself. So it's not going to mean the end of the world. It's not really going to affect him. He won't lose positions, but he will fall to around about 18 seconds now behind Whittingham.
Yeah, and again, that one will also be for track limits. Remember, of course, Whittingham's already got a warning flag for that very same sort of thing. So it only takes one more to give him a 5-second, and where is he right now? Well, he's only 3 seconds ahead of Morris, but now he's 7 seconds ahead of this fight for what is third place. As Eva she's picked up a 5-second. Eva Morris in second place has a 5-second time penalty. This fight that you're seeing here is now the battle for second place, and my goodness, you can't write it. Khan's out of contention for a podium. Eva Morris is out of contention. Well, at this moment, it's 3 seconds, 3.9. It's 5 seconds is the penalty, of course, now this would put her, this puts
She could hold on
Mentier
to it.
Dowling. Yeah, they need to get past Khan and they need to stop falling back into this field. It could cost them a podium here. At this moment, Mentier is third, net third right now. It could be in a few laps. She could still be, second or third in this race. Dowling is only one position away from getting a podium right here. And this has certainly put this race alive right now. Khan is doing everything he can to try and stay here. He knows he's not going to get the podium because those two karts are right behind him. But this is certainly not over yet.
Absolutely not. So for Eva Morris, as the time stands, she would lose out to Lizzie Mentier by an absolute fraction. But if Laith Khan continues to potentially hold up Lizzie Mentier and Emma Rose Dowling, Eva Morris could hold on to this one here, Anthony. She could hold on to this P2. Defensive slightly there in towards the boot for Laith Khan. Emma Rose Dowling now all over the back of Lizzie Mentier out of the final sequence of corners. So these drivers, are they going to clock on to the fact of what is going on for Eva Morris? That Eva Morris is now racing to the line to extend the gap. She's not even within the sort of visor distance of these drivers. She's not within their eye line. She is now racing her own race. Whitcomb out there, 4 seconds. He's unbothered yet again this year. For Eva Morris, the pace between her and Laith Khan,
it's 5.4.
5.4 seconds. It's then 5.6 between Lizzie Mentier and Eva Morris, so Lizzie's technically in P3. Now she is on the road in P3. Emma Rose Dowling trying to attempt something once more, so Mentier's now got to realise, I need to push ahead so that that penalty does affect Eva and so that I can get into P2.
Indeed. So Mentier now, it's a hot lap race here in the last 2 laps to try and close down that gap for a potential second place. As it stands for Mentier, she is 6.9 seconds behind Eva Morris. That is enough to keep Eva in P2. If she can close 1.9 seconds down in these last 2 laps, she will find herself in P2 on the road. That is the target she is looking at for Dowling right now. Well, she can get the move past Laith Khan. That would get her up into 4th place still. Would need to close in, but on this to the final lap, I don't think it's going to be enough. Laith Khan's going to go under investigation now as well, on top of already receiving a 5-second time penalty, but this is certainly on. Right, what's the gap as they go through? It's 7.3 is the gap. At this moment, it will still be Eva Morris at 2nd place on the podium, despite having an in-race 5-second time penalty. But there is your race leader, Harrison Whittingham. He is your championship leader. He is your champion-elect after a perfect scoring season in the finals. Harrison Whittingham will make it 7 out of 7 over the line. He takes the final win. Eva Morris will take 2nd place, but where's Mentier? Will she take 3rd? Will she take 2nd? The answer over the line, the gap is 7.6. She will still get a podium, but it will be 3rd place and not 2nd. It's Harrison Whittingham, Eva Morris, and Lizzie Mentier, 1, 2, 3, at the end of the senior final here in Whilton Mill. Laith Khan will finish 4th on the road, but an in-race 5-second time penalty will drop him behind Emma Rose Dowling. Dowling promoted to 4th, Elliot Surtees 6th, Mayan Patel, the one and only retirement in that race on the opening lap towards Christmas Corner. A locking up of the rear axle, ending the young man's race and his chance of fighting with Harrison Whittingham over the course of that one. The nose cone is good for Harrison. Of course, a nose cone here could add another 5 seconds, and of course they were fighting quite fiercely. All good for Eva Morris. Lizzie Mentier, oh no, that's Laith Khan just going through. Doesn't look like one for Laith, so that's all fine. Lizzie Mentier looks all good there in the background. Oh, that's Emma Rose Dowling, so she's all good. Where is Lizzie Mentier? Has she already gone through, or has she just fallen back a little bit there? I'm not too sure. But I think it's all good for the drivers here. And that will confirm then the top 3. Whittingham, Eva Morris, and Lizzie Mentier. 1, 2, 3 at the end of that one. For Whittingham, champion-elect. Tomorrow, though, he will be crowned champion officially. And here is your highlights. Well, it was the perfect start for Mayan Patel until Christmas corner. The rear axle locking up and the pilot of the 254 machine out of the race. And there, the rear view doesn't really give a clear angle of if there was contact there. The side view, and yeah, unfortunately just the tail end of it, and disaster striking for him. And you can only imagine what he will be thinking while sat there on the Marshall post up at Christmas corner. Fights would go on at the middle point of the race. Eva Morris, Lizzie Mintier, LeCont, Emma Dowling fighting for position. The hopes stayed alive, though, with Eva Morris picking up an in-race 5-second time penalty. The same for LeCont. Shook the field up, but over the line, Harrison Whittingham, a calm and controlled final, makes it 7 final wins out of 7 finals over the season, and does also take the fastest lap points as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then for the last time today, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Last time indeed then, Anthony. Harrison, clean sweep for you. This has been the theme today. Drivers taking both qualifying heat wins, then the finals. Sukmani, then Chester, now you. So for you, that was quite an interesting race because you were given a little bit of a warning out there for track limits. Did you back off? Did you change the way you were driving?
Yeah, I had to back off massively in the final sector. I saw everyone kept getting penalties, so I knew they were being strict, so I had to make sure to leave plenty of room to the flip-flops.
And we didn't see you get massively challenged, but one of the challenges could have been Mayan Patel in the early stages. When you drove past and you got to Oblivion, you got to Crook and saw, then at Christmas his kart was stationary and parked. How do you feel as a driver? A little bit of happiness maybe that one competitor is out?
Yeah, obviously I saw Liam point up to Christmas. I was wondering why, and then I saw mine was parked, and I think he could have been the one to bring the challenge. So yeah, obviously it's good for me seeing him out, but it's really bad for him, and yeah, just tough luck. And you know, I know he'll be there tomorrow.
Well, Harrison, another final win. You've not been beaten in a final. Great job out there. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday. There's Harrison Whitcomb, driver, who of course is leading your championship. It's looking like he will be the driver to potentially claim that championship. But now we will be able to confirm that he is your senior winner. We are done and dusted for Saturday's day of racing. We'll have our podiums very shortly. And for the final day here on Saturday, we'll just head back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, those podiums coming up very, very soon. Please make sure you stay tuned with us for those podiums as well. And we do invite, of course, everyone here at the circuit to join us for those podium presentations as well. But for the racing today, it is done and dusted. As mentioned, from myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland. Thank you so much for watching. And we will see you hopefully bright and early tomorrow morning for the last day of racing for the British Champions of the Future Academy Programme. We'll see you then.
upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe into the final corner, that's outrageous.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your podium ceremony for the first day of racing here at Whilton Mill for your fourth and final round of the Champions of the Future Academy Programme UK Series. And we're going to start then our podium ceremony with your youngest, but of course some of your fieriest drivers here this weekend, your mini under 10s. So welcoming P3 in your under 10 category for mini 60, it's none other than Benjamin Schlivar. And finishing, of course, P2 on your podium for your under 10 category, we then go with Bodie Batch. Your under 10 category winner here today at Whilton Mill then, it's none other, and a big round of applause and congratulations to Max Varich. Big congratulations to your top 3 in under 10s then, and welcoming onto the podium to present your medals to your top 3. It's Head of Karting for Motorsport UK, Dan Parker. Big smiles for your top 3, of course, for your photos. Last medal, of course, being rewarded to Max Varich. Great results for your under 10 category. And whilst we have those photos taken, we'll just take the moment to have a big round of applause for Benjamin Schlivar, Bodie Batch and Max Varich. Congratulations to all 3 then, and we'll just get you guys to jump off of the podium, because now we go to our podium ceremony for our mini 60 category as a whole. Big race then, big racing day for our drivers, and P3 finally getting that very well-deserved podium. It's none other than Joss Hushka. Big congratulations to Josh P3, and then second on your podium, Max Varich. Big congratulations. After a pole position in time qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins and another final winner in 2026, huge round of applause goes to none other than Chester Fawkes. Big congratulations to your top 3, and now we'll take the opportunity, of course, to invite your national anthem of the United Kingdom. Put your hands together then for your top 3, and whilst we do that, we'll invite in John Ryan, Head of Safety for Motorsport UK, to present the trophies to your top 3, starting with Joss Hushka. We then present our P2 trophy there to none other than Max Varich. Big congratulations to Max. 2 trophies to take home, of course, with the mini under 10 win. And then your winner for the first final in mini 60 today, Chester Fawkes. Right then, boys, hope you're feeling very strong. Can you please lift those trophies nice and high above your heads in the air for your photos? And then we'll get all 3 of our podium finishers to step onto that top stop next to Chester. Nice and close, please, boys. Big photos, big cheesy grins. Another round of applause then. It's your Mini 60 podium finishers. Now we go over to our OKN drivers, starting with our junior podium. And P3, after having to fight his way through the crowd today, is none other than Louis Ratcliffe. Big congratulations go to Louis. Of course, did not manage to put in a time in time qualifying, but has managed to weave his way through the crowd and finishes off today with a trophy. Ahead, just behind of your driver, P2. Best result of the year so far for none other than Max Boshoff. Big congratulations goes, of course, to Max. But a bigger congratulations goes to your winner today, a driver who has claimed her first big win of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, Sukhmani Kira. Congratulations to all three, and once more we'll hear the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Big round of applause for your top three, and we invite back once more Dan Parker to give our third place trophy to Louis Ratcliffe. P2 goes to none other than Max Boshoff over there on that second spot. And first, final win of the year for Sukhmani Kira, and now closing down on her dream, of course, of claiming that championship potentially tomorrow, has now taken the championship lead and could be on course to claim that one tomorrow. It's Sukhmani Kira, Max Boshoff and Louis Ratcliffe. Drivers, you know the drill, of course, trophies nice and high in the air for your photos. Then Max and Louis, in a moment's time, just jump onto that top spec, please, alongside Sugars. Once more, that is your OKN Junior podium for today. It's Louis Ratcliffe, Max Boshoff and Sukhmani Kira. Final podium of the day then, but not the first podium of the year for the driver who has finished today, the first senior final of the weekend in that third spot. Big congratulations goes to Discover Your Drive Initiative driver of Lizzie Mentier. It was a bit of a challenge for that P2 in your final for OKN Senior, but holding on to things very, very strongly indeed after not even having a chance in first qualifying heats. Let's please welcome onto that second spot on the podium, Eva Morris. And for the seventh time this year, yes, seventh, we welcome onto your number one spot of your OKN Senior podium, it's none other than Harrison Whitcomb. Congratulations to your OKN Senior podium finishers, and once more we hear the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Round of applause, please, then, for Lizzie Mentier, Eva Morris and Harrison Whitcomb, whilst we invite back, of course, John Ryan to present your third place trophy to Lizzie Mentier. The P2 trophy goes to Eva Morris. And then, of course, we'll wait for the 7th time this year for Harrison Whitcomb to take that P1 trophy home. Again, championship leader on your top step of your podium before that final day of racing tomorrow, where we could look to see Harrison Whitcomb conclude things for the first year of the UK Series. Big congratulations to the top 3 on your OKN senior podium. Images being taken. Drivers, you know the drill, of course. All 3 of you have been on our podium so far this year. Trophies above heads. Then Eva and Lizzie, if you'd like to join Harrison on that top step. Congratulations to all 3 drivers. Congratulations to every single driver who has managed a trophy on your first day of racing here at Whilton Mill on your final event of the UK Series. Tomorrow, of course, we have our final day of racing to round out your year. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Sunday will be a very big day indeed. And that is your podium. Thank you very much.